Dzień dobry Państwu. Serdecznie witam na Uniwersytecie Marii Curie Skłodowskiej w Lublinie na międzynarodowej konferencji naukowej pod tytułem Zawody prawnicze w otoczeniu współczesnych transformacji cyfrowych, wyzwania i dylematy. Czynię to w imieniu Jego Magnificencji rektora profesora Radosława Dobrowolskiego i całego kolegium rektorskiego. Organizatorem konferencji jest Katedra Prawa Informatycznego i Zawodów Prawniczych oraz Europejskie Stowarzyszenie Prawników w Brukseli, na czele którego stoi pani Maria Ślązak. Serdecznie witam panią prezydent. Dziękuję za bardzo dobrą współpracę, dzięki której udało nam się zebrać tak znakomite grono panelistów z różnych stron świata. Wśród występujących jest wielu wybitnych prawników oraz reprezentantów różnych ośrodków naukowych. Oprócz przedstawicieli nauki polskiej, samorządu radców prawnych, adwokatury polskiej, występować będą goście z Korei, Hongkongu, Indii. Gościmy prezydenta całej adwokatury hinduskiej tutaj na sali, Azerbejdżanu, Gruzji, Francji, Hiszpanii, Włoch, Argentyny oraz Stanów Zjednoczonych. To jest paneliści będą występowali z Teksasu i Kalifornii. Mimo że konferencja odbywa się w trybie hybrydowym, jest złożonym przedsięwzięciem organizacyjnym wobec konieczności zgrania paneli tematycznych z różnymi strefami czasowymi. Wystąpienia panelistów oparte są na ich doświadczeniach i pozwolą spojrzeć na podobieństwa i różnice w sposobie świadczenia pomocy prawnej w różnych krajach z wykorzystaniem nowoczesnych rozwiązań algorytmicznych, sztucznej inteligencji, a także sposobu korzystania z systemów teleinformatycznych. Pochylimy się także nad zagrożeniami z tym związanymi dla świadczonej pomocy prawnej. W tym kontekście pojawia się konieczność wprowadzenia nowych rozwiązań normatywnych, które już istnieją w niektórych krajach i być może te wzorce zostaną wykorzystane w Polsce. Niektórzy nasi goście przyjechali do Lublina, za co im serdecznie dziękuję. Lublin ma szczególne tradycje związane z wymiarem sprawiedliwości. Zawsze to mówię jako historyk prawa i przypominam, że tutaj znajdował się Najwyższy Sąd Szlachty Polskiej od 1578 roku do końca XVIII wieku. Obecnie Lublin jest silnym ośrodkiem nauki prawa, a także siedzibą e-sądu, który został uruchomiony 1 stycznia 2010 roku i funkcjonuje w oparciu o polskie rozwiązania informatyczne. Jak zmienia się szybko rzeczywistość w postępowaniu elektronicznym, niech świadczy fakt, że w momencie, kiedy został uruchomiony e-sąd, zakładano, że będzie on rozpatrywał 100 000 spraw. Rok później, już w 2011, wpływ osiągnął prawie 2 miliony spraw. No i ten stan się mniej więcej utrzymuje, odciążając w niektórych kategoriach rodzajowych spraw inne sądy powszechne. Trudno sobie w ogóle wyobrazić dziś funkcjonowanie polskiego wymiaru sprawiedliwości bez e-sądu w Lublinie. Szanowni Państwo, jesteśmy w auli Wydziału Prawa i Administracji, za udostępnienie której serdecznie dziękuję pani dziekan profesor Annie Przybrowskiej-Klimczak, którą serdecznie witam, pani dziekan. Katedra Prawa Informatycznego i Zawodów Prawniczych wchodzi w skład Instytutu Nauk Prawnych UMCS, którym kieruje pan dyrektor profesor Leszek Leszczyński, który poprowadzi pierwszy panel. Serdecznie witam pana dyrektora. Szanowni Państwo, konferencja odbywa się pod patronatem Ministerstwa Rozwoju i Technologii, NASK Państwowego Instytutu Badawczego, Okręgowej Izby Radców Prawnych w Lublinie, Okręgowej Rady Adwokackiej w Lublinie i Instytutu LegalTech Naczelnej Rady Adwokackiej. Mamy też patronów medialnych. Dziękuję za ich obecność na dzisiejszej konferencji. Życzę Państwu owocnych obrad i ciekawych wniosków oraz miłych wspomnień. Dla tych, którzy są online, prawda, to już tych wspomnień z tego pobytu w Lublinie, ale już w charakterze wirtualnym. Dziękuję serdecznie Państwu. Poproszę Panią Prezydent Marię Ślązak. Dziękuję.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation, Mr. Rector Arkadiusz Bereza. It was a pleasure for our association, European Association of Lawyers, to cooperate with the University of Marii Curie Skłodowska in Lublin on organizing of this conference. Thanks for this invitation. And first of all, I would like to welcome our guests who came from abroad for this conference. This welcoming words will be in alphabetic order. Please note it. Firstly, today is with us Mr. Riccardo Campa, the professor of the Jagiellonian University. Riccardo is the professor from Italy, but working for a long time already here in Poland at the Jagiellonian University. The second person is our colleague from Azerbaijan, Ilham Huseynov. Ilham, can you present yourself? Ilham represents the Azerbaijani Bar Association and also the university, local university. The very more detailed introductions will be given at during the panels. Then Mr. Prashnath Kumar, the president of the India Bar and former president of all Law Asia, the organization, very strong organization of lawyers and bar associations in Asia, and not only because also Australia is included. But I'm very, very grateful to Prashnath, especially because, as you can imagine, he had to devote a lot of time to come to us. Then our dear colleague and member of our board of our organization, Ian Mitchell, QC, the advocate in Scotland, and really the person who knows what he is talking about when we are talking about legal tech and artificial intelligence. And our colleague from Madrid, Carmen Perez Andujar. And Carmen is also, Carmen represents in our association Consejo in Madrid and is the member of our IT committee. Tomorrow, two other lawyers will come. Monique Stengel, immediate past president of our association, the person from, she represents Paris Bar, and Patrick Van Caberget from France for Lille. They will be tomorrow. And we have a long list of speakers online, as Mr. Bereza mentioned. First, also in alphabetical order, it will be Aydin Bikabayev from Kazakhstan, the chairman of the National Bar in Kazakhstan. Then two professors from Houston who will give the common presentation, Catherine Burnett and Tasha Willis. Then one of our long-lasting members, Professor Marcello Castrovaggiani from Argentina. He is the member of our association and also the professor at the Universidad de Buenos Aires. Then a colleague from California, Margaret Francisco. She is the legal compliance and IP department in Mitsubishi Electric. The other member of our board, Professor Irakli Kandashvili from Georgia, he is the professor at the Grigol Robakidze University. Ivan Panev, also from France, and Ivan is a member of the board of directors of Avocats Sans Frontières in France. Our other member from Italy, Mario Siragusa, Francesco Spina, also from Italy, Alex Talon, the lawyer in Belgium, the vice president of Council of Bars and Law Societies of Europe, the most prestigious organization of lawyers in our country, and member of our bar. Then very highly specialized person in the issues which we will be talking about, Brian Von Tank from Hong Kong. Brian originally was expected to come here, but for very unexpected reasons, he can't be present here, but I hope for very efficient cooperation with university in Lublin by him. And Young Wee from South Korea. Then this lady is head of legal in Fujitsu Korea Limited. This is the list of our speakers, and I hope that it is very much visible that we really take care about diversity in all our actions. And I hope that this diversity of speakers also will bring the good cooperation of your university with the other universities all over the year, I can say. If you allow me, I stand in front of you as the president of this organization and would like to say a few words about European Association of Lawyers. This organization was established in 1986, and it was established by European lawyers who wanted to improve their knowledge on the European law. But one of the aims of this organization was always to promote the fundamental value of the profession, fundamental values of the rule of law in countries then of Eastern Europe and later on farther down. This tradition is kept till now, and today I can inform you that even if the name of the association is European Association of Lawyers, we have members from 4 continents, especially from Asia. All Central Asian countries, we cooperate with them very actively. All Caucasian countries are our members. We have the members from China, also from India, but also, as you heard, from Argentina, from US. We believe very much in diversity because, in my personal opinion, only diversity, first of all, can bring the real exchange of the ideas to allow us to compare where we are in various places of the globe. But also, this idea helps to unite all of us, and only unification will bring good results. And let's hope that even through such actions, we can avoid wars and any bad conflicts which are around us. Just for foreign guests, you should understand that we are very, very close here to the border with Ukraine, and people from this region especially were always involved in helping our friends from Ukraine, and it is still continued, and we lawyers are very much engaged into this. I would say that especially the bar here in which provides a lot of assistance, legal assistance to those who are in need from Ukraine. One of the flagship project, I have to mention it because this is a kind of my baby. One of our flagship projects is so-called twinning of lawyers. Twinning of lawyers, this is that we try to gather lawyers from various countries, but the formula of these meetings is such that the lawyers coming, the guests coming to the given country, they are hosted by lawyers from the country which is the host of the event. Such events take place for 4 days. There is scientific part and social part. And I can tell you that in this way, that this is the way of best possible integration of people when they have also the chance to meet on private basis, really to discuss things. And our presence in the Eastern countries is very important because I personally, as you can see, remember the times when we got the hand of the West. The conferences were on the banking law, but in corridors and in breaks, there were talks about the rule of law, and this is, you know, the preparation for the democratic. The topic of our conference is nothing new, as you can imagine, because now this issue is discussed all over the world. Only in the last 2 months, I was at the opening of the legal year in Hong Kong, and the same topic was widely discussed. And 2 weeks ago in Vienna at the President's Conference, the 52nd Conference of Presidents of the bars. Not only European bars. And then the discussion is still needed, but the conclusions of the conference, which I very recently participated on this topic, is such that the artificial intelligence to be applied in the justice system, it is still a long way because there is lack of proper legislation to regulate using of artificial intelligence, and it seems that the practice is some steps before the legislative solution. I hope that our conference will be the small stone to improve the situation in this, and I hope very much that we will have the fruitful effects of our discussion, and especially the guests from abroad will have very nice memories of the hospitality of Lublin, and not only on Lublin, because I know that you are going to Zamość, which is one of the cities being on the list of UNESCO, which is the best mark. Thank you very much.
Witam serdecznie Państwa. Dziękuję Panu Rektorowi też za umożliwienie mi przedstawienia kilku kwestii związanych może z takim punktem widzenia troszkę bardziej organizacyjnym i technicznym dotyczącym naszej konferencji. Jako że konferencja jest finansowana w ramach projektu Doskonała Nauka 2 na lata 2023-2025, którym to projektem przyszło mi kierować. Proszę Państwa, jeżeli chodzi o tematykę tej konferencji, chciałabym powiedzieć, że w dniu dzisiejszym mamy przewidziane 3 panele, które koncentrują się głównie wokół zagadnień sztucznej inteligencji, ale w szerokim wymiarze, tak normatywnym, tak legislacyjnym, ale i deontologicznym. Natomiast w dniu jutrzejszym większość tematów naszych prelegentów oscyluje wokół zagadnień związanych z systemami teleinformatycznymi i zagadnieniami na przykład związanymi z podpisem elektronicznym, czy nawet projektowanymi rozwiązaniami, bo będziemy gościć też prelegenta, który jest dyrektorem w Rządowym Centrum Legislacji i odpowiada za zmiany właśnie w obszarze nowych technologii. Nawiązując do tego, co przedstawiła pani prezydent, Rzeczywiście temat ten pojawia się na wielu konferencjach, ale wciąż jest aktualny, dlatego że nowe technologie wchodzą, ingerują i bardzo mocno zmieniają naszą rzeczywistość. I otoczenie państwa, bo widzę też w dużej ilości studentów, ale też pracowników naukowych, także profesji prawniczych. Właśnie na tym etapie, na tym aspekcie się koncentrujemy na naszej konferencji. Witam bardzo serdecznie oprócz prelegentów zagranicznych, licznych prelegentów krajowych, którzy reprezentują wszystkie zawody prawnicze, między innymi radców prawnych, adwokatów, mamy przedstawicieli sądów, prokuratorów, przedstawicieli Krajowej Szkoły Sądownictwa i Prokuratury, Rządowego Centrum Legislacji, wielu organów, które także wdrażają elementy elektronizacji. Mamy przedstawicieli także organów administracji rządowej. Oczywiście obecni są także przedstawiciele naszych patronów merytorycznych, których oczywiście widzimy tutaj także na banerach, które się wyświetlają. Ze swojej strony chciałabym także zachęcić Państwa do takiego nowego elementu, który wdrożony jest w tym elemencie konferencyjnym, a mianowicie sesję posterową. Przewidujemy, ona już współistnieje, jest współtworzona podczas konferencji, znajduje się w holu auli uniwersyteckiej, gdzie mogą Państwo się zapoznać z hipotezami i potem weryfikowanym w postaci tez przez naszych pracowników naukowych w zakresie zagadnień dotyczących takich kwestii jak nowe technologie w procesach rejestrowych, elektroniczne postępowanie upominawcze, czy nawet elementy algorytmizacji w takich normatywnych aspektach związanych ze szkolnictwem wyższym. Z mojej strony życzę Państwu dobrych i owocnych obrad. Zapewniamy o wsparciu. Jeżeli któryś z Państwa ma jakiekolwiek potrzeby, zapraszamy i mamy nadzieję, że będą mieli Państwo dobry czas z nami w Lublinie, w Polsce. Dziękuję bardzo.
Good morning. I would like to invite you, I would like to invite the speakers of the first panel to the table. It's my pleasure to moderate the panel with the participation of so many outstanding lawyers, law professors, representing various organizations and universities. We are under extreme pressure of time, so I do hope that everybody will have a good feeling of the 15 minutes which is devoted to each presentation. After that, we have a very short discussion. I do hope that it will also bring some interesting conclusions. Not wasting the time, which is very limited, I would like to invite the first speaker, Mr. Mitchell from Scotland, as we've heard, member of the board of directors of the European Association of Lawyers and chair of the New Technologies Committee in UK. The floor is yours, please.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. 254 years ago, in 1770, in the city of Pressburg, which we know today as Bratislava, Wolfgang von Kempeln decided he wanted to impress the Empress Maria Theresia. And he did so by inventing a chess-playing automaton, a robot, which he toured all around Europe, and he played, and the robot played against all these chess grandmasters and statesmen and beat them all. And people were amazed. They were amazed at the technology. But then when Wolfgang von Kempeln died, the secret came out. It was all a ruse. There was a small man inside the box under the machine, and he was playing the chess. Well, 250 years later, we're still looking for the man in the machine. And I'll let you into a secret. With artificial intelligence, he isn't there. Artificial intelligence is not a man in a machine. It does not think. It cannot make moral judgments. Now, when I talk about artificial intelligence, I am, of course, talking not about conventional algorithms, but self-learning mechanisms, machines that teach themselves. Though I have, and I'll come back to that in a minute, though I do have to say that with conventional algorithms, there's still this interplay between intelligence in the machine and human credulity, for that's what it was with the chess-playing robot, or stupidity, or even bad actors. The most recent example of that is the Horizon scandal in the United Kingdom. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, but Horizon was a very complicated system developed by Fujitsu, which was going to control the bookkeeping and other facilities in post offices all over the United Kingdom. And as software goes, it was awful. Elementary mistakes like the programmer hadn't quite figured out the difference between a positive and a negative number, so that if the errors in the machine produced a deficit when it should have balanced, there was a magic button you could hit, which I'm sure the programmer intended to cancel the negative value, but because they didn't quite figure out the difference between plus and minus, it doubled it. That was just one of the things. It was a thoroughly awful system. And it led in Scotland to 70 postmasters being convicted of various crimes of fraud and false accounting. And it led in England to 700 false convictions. They've all recently been in the process of being overturned, and the courts have described it as an affront to justice. And the question is, why did it arise? It arose because, first of all, there was in English, but not Scots law, there was a presumption that the computer is always right. So if you were accused on the basis of computer evidence, you had to prove the computer was wrong. And the sub-postmasters who were all being accused were unable to do that and didn't even think to do that, because since the post office handled its own prosecutions in England, they were busy lying to the postmasters and saying, "You're the only one." So human stupidity, human bad actions can exist even with conventional algorithms. But come along self-learning systems, artificial intelligence, and you get other problems coming into the system, like the well-known US case a few years ago, Loomis against Wisconsin. Mr. Loomis was a young black young man, from, as they say, the wrong side of the tracks in a city in Wisconsin. And he was accused of an offense and he applied for bail. And the court used a computer system, which was able to tell miraculously whether or not you were likely to commit a further offense whilst you were on bail. Now, there's nothing wrong with the programming. It was transparent. You could see it. It's not but the problem was that the data set on which it had been trained was unconsciously biased. It was taken from police records. And in this particular city in the United States, police prejudice has it that people of colour from poor areas are more likely to commit crimes than respectable white middle-class people from good areas, which of course is a fiction. But because they believed that, all the police resources were concentrated in these particular areas, so disproportionately people of colour from bad areas were recorded as having committed more crimes, and the error fed back into the system. There was an appeal to the Wisconsin Supreme Court, who in a fit of credulity declared, well, this is a perfectly respectable company that's done it, so it must be right. It never got to the US Supreme Court. But when we go to large language models, which is primarily what I want to talk about for the rest of my time, large language models are, of course, self-trained on a very large data set. In the case of ChatGPT, for example, the entire internet. And it is, if you like, AI on steroids. You have the black box problem. You can't figure out what the algorithms are actually achieving after the initial programming. It doesn't think. It is essentially predictive text. It's a set of algorithms which predict the likelihood of a particular set of words occurring within however many words of another set of words. It's like predictive text on your iPhone. Now, that causes problems. And the chief of the problems which it causes is hallucination. It just makes things up. Except to say it makes things up presupposes intelligence which it doesn't have. It generates entirely plausible outputs which do not necessarily bear any relationship to reality. And I'll come back towards the end to give you a very good example of that. But there was, for example, the US college professor and a researcher asked for a result of college professors who had indecently assaulted young female students. And it produced, ChatGPT, an accusation against this man, named the student, said that it happened on a class trip to Alaska, and it gave an actual reference to the Washington Post. Except the lecturer had never assaulted anyone, had never been to Alaska, there was no class trip, and when you actually followed up the reference, which was to a genuine article in the Washington Post, it was about ingenious means of cooking Brussels sprouts or something equally implausible. It had nothing to do with it. But ChatGPT knew what referencing should look like. Now, I've been involved. There's two papers you might want to look at later. The first is the Council of Europe, European Commission for the Efficiency of Justice, which has produced a full report on the application of LLMs to the legal profession. And I myself was heavily involved in producing, I'm also an English barrister as well as Scottish advocate, the Bar Council of England and Wales paper on considerations when using ChatGPT and generative artificial intelligence software based on large language models. I'll quickly run through what the main issues are. The first of those issues is, as I've said, hallucination. It makes things up. The second is the possibility of bias, which I've already discussed in the Loomis example. We just cannot tell, and any bias it has, it tends to reinforce. There's information disorder, which is you don't necessarily get the same answer twice, whether it's right or wrong. And a couple of bizarre things is it infringes, what is accused of infringing intellectual property because of the manner in which it scrapes the internet. And there are a couple of, no decisions yet, but a couple of cases pending, and there are thoughts about legislation to permit it. That's very much a developing field, and you have to watch it. But the final thing, which is extremely implausible, is if you're actually using ChatGPT, by using it, you're actually helping to develop it, and you're then using perhaps legal professional privilege, professional confidential material, and if you use that, beware that it gets back to bite you. I've got 3 minutes left, although I missed 2 minutes at the start through the introduction, and I just want to really bring home this interplay between thinking that artificial intelligence thinks and the stupidity and the credulity of human nature. You heard the story in the United States of the lawyer in New York who was in an aviation case, and he cited to the court, having asked ChatGPT to do his research for him, a number of cases. And there were 6 cases, all entirely fictitious. But attached to his affidavit were screenshots of what he'd done when he was brought up for contempt of court. I'll read it to you. He writes, "Is Varghese," that was the name of a case, "a real case?" ChatGPT replies, "Yes, Varghese v. China Southern Airlines Company," and then gives a citation. Lawyer, "What is your source?" ChatGPT, "I apologize for the confusion earlier. Double checking, I found that the case of Varghese," with citation, "does indeed exist and can be found on legal research databases such as Westlaw and LexisNexis. I apologize for any inconvenience or confusion." Then question, "Are the other cases you provided fake?" Answer, wait for it, "No, the other cases I provided are real and can be found in reputable legal databases such as Nexis and Westlaw." Nonsense. Nonsense on stilts. But it's because, of course, he took at face value the main problem of the way AI is marketed, LLMs are marketed, anthropomorphization, creating the impression that there is a real thinking entity behind it. Just as Otto von Kempeln did the opposite. He had a real man in the machine and created the illusion that there was not, but ChatGPT and its ilk has no real man in the machine, but creates an entirely false illusion that it does. And one thing which never changes is human nature. We are credulous. We tend to believe things which are told us, encouraged by ChatGPT saying, "Wait a moment, I am thinking." And my plea to you all is this. ChatGPT, LLMs, artificial intelligence are tools. And in the law and in every other human endeavor, you have to use them intelligently. You have to apply your own brain. It's only a device, it's only a tool. That's why my very short lecture, and I'm sure I'd like to answer questions, is called Artificial Intelligence and Human Stupidity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the fascinating image of the relations between the intelligence and stupidity, with some optimistic conclusion, though. Thank you very much once more, and I would like to invite for the short lecture, Mrs. Carmen Perez Andujar, the lawyer at the Colegio de Abogados de Madrid and member of the Innovation and Technology Development Commission in Spain, who will be speaking on the judicial procedures, intelligence and judicial procedures in Spain.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a real honor to be once again in Poland, and I say once again because this country was my home during 2007 and 2008, since I was lucky enough to live and to work in Warsaw. So it's very special to be once again here. So thanks to Marie Curie Skłodowska University, and thanks to the European Association of Lawyers for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity. As you know, the title of my presentation is the latest legislative modifications in the streamlining judicial procedures in Spain. But, as you can imagine, before talking about this, I have to go to 2015, to May 2015. The former Justice Ministry, and I want to remark former, because in less than 10 years, we have had 3 justice ministries and the current one. So, on that date, the ministry appeared in the news with this slogan: zero paper at courts starting from January 1st, 2016. Behind this slogan was the obligation for all the law professionals to communicate with courts just through an online platform and vice versa. This platform is LexNet. I will try to explain you how Spain is administratively organized. We have 17 autonomous communities, and the competence of justice is transferred to 12 of them. So, what this means? So, this means that these 12 communities have their own court softwares, and most of them denied to use LexNet and implemented their own LexNet. So, it was a mess. So, it was not easy to be a lawyer on that time. Now, on March 2024, there isn't zero paper at court. We are obliged to submit the claim through this LexNet platform, but we have to submit a copy in paper for the counterclaim in most of the courts, and a courtesy copy in paper for the judge, under the pressure that if we don't submit this courtesy copy, our claim is going to be filed. Okay? So this is the situation after these 3 justice ministers, and now we have a new one, and this new one has new ideas. Okay, and this new idea is it was approved last December through the Royal Decree 6. It's a Royal Decree Law 6/2023. On the 19th December, and this new law introduced significant changes to all the Spanish Procedure Act, which as a general rule has mandated the use of online platforms to conduct judicial procedures. So, until this moment, we have to use this online platform to issue or to present our claims, and now the hearings are going to take part through these online platforms. So, as you can imagine, this main objective, so the main objective of this new Royal Decree Law is to contribute to the modernization and digitalization of the justice system by adapting the Spanish court to modern technology, and to implement procedural efficiency measures to reduce litigation and streamline procedures. So, significant developments mainly revolve around the area of digital efficiency, including telematic hearings, non-face-to-face events and services, secure access points and sites, and justice folders and judicial electronic records. So, let's start with the telematic hearings. In civil and criminal proceedings, the general rule will now be to hold virtual hearings by video conference or similar systems, with some exceptions, and a specific situation provided for in the laws regulating the different types of courts. So, in civil matters, for example, judicial hearings in which parties, witnesses, and experts are heard and examined will be held in person. But even in these cases, virtual hearings may be requested in certain circumstances, such as when the person who has to intervene resides in a different municipality to that of the court. So, trial, hearings, and other procedural acts that, in accordance with procedural laws, must be held in open court can be broadcast when everyone taking part is doing so virtually. So, this is the general rule, and all general rules, as you may know, has an exception. And the exception is that this will be the general rule if the court has the media, the resources for having this online hearing. What is the situation in Spain? You can imagine that the courts are not provided in general with this media. So what is the exception in the law? It will be the normal situation in each court. Another thing that this decree has implemented is non-face-to-face event and services. In general, all procedural communications will be done electronically, except in cases where natural persons not represented by a court agent have the option to choose between paper or electronic communication. I want to remember that the former ministry starting 2016, mandated that all our communication were done through electronic media. So, as you see, the new Justice Ministry implements something that we assume that it was implemented by the former ministry. Another new issue, secure access points and sites. To ensure adherence to procedural principles, it is necessary that telematic judicial interventions take place from a secure access point and a secure site. Well, we should assume that everything that is dealing in a court must be done through a secure access points and sites. I assume that this has been introduced because, as you will know, when we were blocked down because of the COVID-19. Okay, in Spain, I don't know what happened here in Poland, but in Spain, court closed the doors, and just only criminal urgent cases were having a hearing. Okay, or were going on. So, but this could not be the situation. So some court started to think about how can they go on with the proceedings and not stop them. Because I don't know how it's here in Poland, but in Spain, the justice are suffering a lot of delays. Now, for example, in most of the labor cases, they are appointing the main hearing for 2026, 2027, and this is not a good thing for the justice, because the justice has to be quick, because if it's not quick, the client, the citizens are not having justice, okay? So, as I was saying, during that time, most of the court tried to implement systems. What was the problem? That there were no rule about what platform we should use in order the hearing be recorded in such a secure site. So some courts were using Zoom, some other courts were using Teams, some other courts were using whatever, okay? So it was a good intention coming from some judges, but it was a real mess. Another issue that has been implemented with this new law is that is justice folders and judicial electronic records. So Justice Folder is an online platform that aims to improve access to justice and provide personalized legal attention. So the platform incorporates features like the electronic judicial file, which serves as a digital copy of all the documents, formalities, and recordings within the proceedings. 3 weeks ago, I was in Soria. Soria is one province in the Castilla-León autonomous community, okay? And they had this justice folder, okay? So I was at the core with my computer connected to the net, okay, and having access to this folder. In Madrid, as you know, this is the capital of Spain. We don't have this, okay? And this is the problem coming from this transfer of justice competence to the autonomous communities. That I always say that we have two kinds of justice, okay? First-class justice, and this is in the ministry territory. So in those communities where the competence remains on the side of the ministries, they are developing a lot of things. They are far away from these other communities where the competence is transferred. So I think that all the ministry justice are having great ideas. Okay, I have to say that they are thinking that justice needs to be modernized. But the problem is always the same. So you can have great laws, great goals, great ideas, but if you don't provide the court with human resources, with tools, with trainings, it will the same no matter how many justice ministries we have. And this is the main problem in Spain, that justice is what we say the poor sister, okay, of the system. Because I can assure you that tax administration and social security administration in Spain are having human resources, tools, trainings, whatever they need in order to get our monies from the pocket. So justice has to be cared, and if it's not to be done by the government, okay, if they don't put money in the budgets, we will not going to have a modern justice. And I hope that it is not the same in Poland. I hope that you are far away from the situation in Spain, and I will remind with my colleagues if you have further questions. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you very much for showing us how difficult is the modification of judicial procedure through the streamlining. Quite similar problem, though seen from the other angle, I hope, I think, is the next presentation, which is going to be performed by the Mr. Kumar. Sorry, it's difficult to pronounce the first name, Prashant, if it's correct. Kumar, the president of the Bar Association of India, who is going to speak about the access to justice. While the former paper was telling about the modification, this paper is going to show us the revolutionizing the access to justice, so even more radical means. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Rector Bereza, President Maria, and the chair, and all my colleagues, both on the dais and off the dais, and students whom I prefer to call future lawyers. So greetings from India. As you know, India became the largest populated country on the globe last year, surpassing China. And I will just give you some little statistics in terms of legal system we are faced with. We have total 672 district courts in India, with 22,677 judges, 25 high courts with 1,079 judges, and 34 judges in the Supreme Court of India. Overall, 445 million cases are currently pending at all levels of judiciary, out of which 335 million are criminal cases, 110 million are civil cases. Out of these, more than 332 million cases are more than 1 year old. The last year alone, about 225 million cases were decided, and India has a very dismal judges to population ratio, which is 21 judges per million population, compared to France, where there are about 18 professional judges per 10,000 population. So with this judges to population ratio, the deciding of cases which are 225 million cases in a single year is a very commendable feat. Yes, at certain levels, there are questions about quality of justice, but more or less, the system works fine. And most of it has happened, especially the acceleration in deciding the cases in last 2 decades, is because of the infusion of information and communication technology, ICT. And I was personally involved in making a presentation to the Supreme Court of India in 2003 on behalf of a company called Crimson Logic, which turned the Singapore Supreme Court into an electronic court. And there, my conclusion in the presentation was that India needs a different kind of solution, not merely a paperless court. Because of the diversity, because of the enormous challenge of capacity building within the profession, and also that Singapore is a city-state, and India at that time also was the second most populated country in the world. So that's why it was the case flow management, bunching of cases, because India has a precedence-based system. So how to bring the cases which give rise to similar questions of law can be bunched together. How different kinds of cases can be categorized and placed before more specialized tribunals is all what helped accelerating the pace of deciding cases. And now in India, we have a fully functional e-court system with every single court. Throughout India, you can find out which cases are listed, what stage, what are the previous orders passed, and what further stage is there. And within a couple of days, it is updated after the hearing. So this is throughout all 672 districts. At Supreme Court of India and High Courts, we have been able to have functional e-courts as well. And in fact, the Chief Justice's Court in India, we as lawyers are not allowed to carry paper files. We use liquid text for the entire conduct of cases. So this is about what we call ICT. Now, what about artificial intelligence? Mitchell has been kind to explain what artificial intelligence means, which means is very large data sets. And I'm not talking about ChatGPT and all, which he has said, and also the stupidity part of it. I agree with it. But, you know, specialized data sets. Specialized data sets with human supervision. That is what can turn the artificial intelligence, which is an unruly horse, which creates hallucinations, to be somewhat controlled and used for further refining the methods of access to justice and how justice delivery can be made faster and quicker without losing the essence of justice. That is the challenge. And I also am an investor in a tech company which right now is involved in creating programs. One is a very complex problem in India about the agriculture sector. And, we are monsoon-based agriculture, and crops fail. And the government has initiated crop failure insurance. So we are using AI models to predict the weather through satellites. It's called Sat Climate. And we are in the process of making presentations to the government. And I am a mentor and investor to this company. And we have also incorporated another company which is called, which is involved with legal AI. And that company, we are trying to focus on taking up cases which have more or less generic inputs. Generic inputs like cases relating to car loans and the defaults. Cases related to a peculiar law in India which is called check bouncing, which is made a criminal offense. So how these generic cases, because the attempt is to use large data sets to create assisting tools for the judges so that the cases can be disposed of in bulk, where the criteria are more binary, rather than very meticulous appreciation of evidence and other things. So if you have certain document-based evidence, and if you have the data set, through that analysis, how you can do. Because, unfortunately, this was brought in to bring down the litigation, but it ended up imploding the litigation. So by this, you wipe out a considerable number of pendency and reduce the court time devoted to this kind of cases, relating to banks, relating to non-banking financial institutions, relating to the business transactions done by check. Though, the second part will resolve itself because now most of the payments are carried out not by check, but by electronic transfer. So by the natural progression in technology, that will get reduced by itself. So the other part is which one has to be very, very careful. And that is where the problem arose, as Mitchell stated. It is not just bias, it is the lack of domain understanding. And when the first Asian Development Bank Justice Project for ICT happened, there were hardly anybody in India to provide domain assistance to the IT experts. So my office provided 4 domain experts at that time to work with the programmers to the National Informatics Center to develop the ICT solutions for the court system, case management solutions for the court system. Because without the lawyers understanding technology and coders understanding law and how the system works, it is not going to result into anything. And again, this is a process of constant refinement, and which means there has to be a continued collaboration with which all the parameters can keep on refining. It is not, you just can't leave it to a self-learning algorithm, which is taking up a data set, which may be a specialized data set, but is going to lead to results which may not be arriving at a just resolution of a dispute or a case. So again, because it's a specialized data set, and we know what system we operate in, India follows common law, so we have a precedence-based system. And there are so many times that in high courts, different high courts, we have divergent judgments on a same legal point in a precedent system. And then all the way it has to be resolved at the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court sits in the benches of 2 or 3, unless it's a constitution bench, and again, they are diverging decisions. So how to use AI models to sort out this precedence conundrum so that when the judges and lawyers are arguing a case, all the precedents in your preparation of case and also for the judges while writing the judgment become available. And each new precedent gets added and the refinement is done by the AI-driven algorithm itself. But again, it is always a mediation by the lawyers and the judges. There is a supervision. So, very rightly Mitchell said, these are tools. And as lawyers community, we have to be aware about technology and AI in a way that we can help leverage it in a positive way without causing havoc to the system. Because even one case decided unjustly is a failure of justice. And that is the cardinal principle. So, as Maria said, world over, these topics are being discussed. And we had a Law Asia conference in November last year where we had a very interesting theme. As a host, we coined that theme, which was everything, everywhere, all at once, lawyering in digital age. So leveraging on a popular Hollywood movie, pop culture, understanding with how the lawyering and judging aspects are going to work out in these spaces. So, my friends, my message to you is not to get overly mesmerized by AI or ICT, but try to master it, try to understand it, and it's going to be a marvelous stream of profession as well. If you know these things, you can not just be lawyers, you can also be working with the IT companies. You can also be the tax experts within your law firms. So it opens up a new vista, even for the professionals. So the time is short. I could have given you many more concrete examples and all. And just I'll use last seconds to say the Bar Association of India was established in 1959. India has 23 million lawyers, and which is second only to the United States, but still compared to our population, it is less. And the current AI being used in Supreme Court is on a very interesting subject, that is transcription of the Constitution bench cases. We have 21 languages, more than 200 accents, and for any transcription program, it is almost impossible to capture all these languages and accents. Because, though the language is English, but everybody speaks English in a way that you speak their native language. So here, AI is being used real time to get it to a correct transcription. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the advice for the INSPE lawyers who will be using the AI in much broader sense than we use now. And I think that the size of India legal order is the good example to show the importance of the of the problem. Now I would like to invite Mr. Yam Husseinov, the member of the IT and Business Committee of the Azerbaijan Bar Association and the lecturer of the ADA University, who will be speaking about the impact of the AI on the financial liabilities in international law. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear guests. I'm very truly honored to stand before you today with a great gather for this remarkable conference. I'm very glad to participate here. Thank you for your invitation. I'm a 12 years experienced lawyer in a financial organization, and I'm a member of Azerbaijan Bar Association IT Committee. That's why today I want to talk to you about the role of the artificial intelligence in the financial regulation of the financial liabilities in international law. As you know, the growth of the economical systems needs some regulation, international regulation in the financial liabilities, and the artificial intelligence for now the new tool for us. The history of the artificial intelligence, if we talk about this, the concept of artificial intelligence has attracted the attention of many civilizations and cultures throughout the history. In ancient Greek mythology, Prometheus is said to have brought fire of humans, giving them intelligence and knowledge. Similarly, there are the mythology stories and legends about the machine in ancient China's, India, and Egypt cultures. However, the modern history of artificial intelligence emerged more clearly in the 20th century, and at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, and for nowadays, artificial intelligence become more popular, as my colleagues mentioned, that the ChatGPT and another tools which based in the artificial intelligence technologies. In recent years, AI has become popular and used more widely in daily life. There are many reasons for this, but factors such as big data and advanced computing power have played a significant role. AI systems have become capable of detecting patterns, relations, and trends by analyzing millions or even billions of data points. For example, the use of artificial intelligence areas such as targeting and in advertising recommendation systems, automatic language translations, and personal assistance has increasingly rapidly. Outside of the technology sectors, the financial services industry is the biggest spend on AI services and is experiencing a very fast growth. Until recently, hedge funds and banks, firms, commercial firms were the main users of artificial intelligence in finance, but applications have now spread to other areas, including banks, regulatory, fintechs in new technology systems in the financial sector, insurance firms, to name a few. Within the financial services industry, AI applications including algorithmic trading, portfolio compositions and optimization, model validation, back testing, robo-advising, virtual customer assistance, market impacts analysis, regulatory compliance, and stress testing. AI transformative impact is evident in its ability to automate tedious and time-consuming tasks traditionally performed by human analysts, such as transactions, monitoring, and compliance reporting. By leveraging AI-driven solutions, financial institutions can significantly reduce operational costs and allocate resources more efficiently. Moreover, artificial intelligence algorithms can identify complex patterns and correlations in the financial data that may include human analysis, enable regulators to detect the potential risks and compliance issues proactively. The role of also the identification of the mitigation of risks, the artificial intelligence in the financial liabilities. One of the primary advantages of artificial intelligence in financial regulation lies in ability to identify and mitigation risks in real time. By continuously monitoring financial transactions and the anti-money laundering transactions patterns, AI systems can detect potential anomalies or suspicious activities, alerting regulators to emerging risk promptly. Moreover, artificial intelligence-powered risk assessment models can provide insights into systemic risks, enabling regulations to implement target interventions to maintain financial stability. Also, I want to talk about the challenge and ethical considerations of AI in the financial level. Despite their transformative potential, AI-powered regulatory systems are not without challenge and ethical considerations. Concern regarding data privacy, algorithmic bias, and accountability loom large, raising questions about the fairness and transparency of the AI-driven decision-making processes. Moreover, the relations on AI may exacerbate existing disparities in access to financial services, highlights the need for robust ethical frameworks to guide the development of the technological financial regulations. International regulations and international collaboration and standardization of rules in the financial liabilities. The AI helps in this field also. Addressing the complexities of regulatory financial activities across borders requires international collaboration and standardization of the efforts. By establishing common regulatory standards and framework, nations can facilitate the interoperability of AI-driven regulatory systems and promote consistency of compliance requirements. International organizations play a crucial role in fostering the collaboration among the stakeholders and harmonizing regulatory approach to ensure a level playing field in the global financial landscape. International collaboration is essential for overcoming jurisdictional barriers in the promoting regulatory convergence in the era of AI-driven financial regulations. By aligning regulatory standards and sharing the best practices, countries can enhance the effectiveness of cross-border cooperation in combating financial crime and maintaining financial stability. As we discussed with our colleagues yesterday from Lublin Bar Association, we need some regulation also in usage of the artificial intelligence. We need some borders, we need some sanctions because, for example, for future, artificial intelligence became uncontrolled tool. In this case, we had some problems in the regulation of from ethical side and from the regulation side, from the criminal from the point of view of the criminal cases. That's why we need borders from now. It's good that the conferences like this, we started to think about this from nowadays. It's very important. And I'm very thankful for my colleagues from the Lublin Bar Association and also European Association of Lawyers, especially Professor Maria Curie University, Marzena Swistak. Thank you for your invitation. Also, Maria Slazak, thank you for your organization. Also, Michel Planka and Arkadiusz Bereza, thank you for your organizational helps in this event, and also the team who organized this event. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are passing to the last presentation in this panel, in this series. Professor Ricardo Campa, professor of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, not in Italy, who is going to speak or to raise the problem of the human rights, especially right to work and unemployment from the point of the AI and ethical issues connected with the problem. Please.
Thank you very much. Okay, my presentation is here. So my presentation is divided in 3 parts. In the first part, I talk about technological unemployment as an economic issue, and then as a legal issue, and then as an ethical issue. So why do I start from the economic issue? Because a famous sociologist, Robert Merton, said that before trying to solve a problem, we have to make sure the problem is real. And now, this is a very controversial topic, because many economists think that technological unemployment does not exist, and others think that it do exist. It started in the 19th century, because at that time, classical economy, when machinery appeared, steam engine, then you had a classical economist said there's no such thing as technological unemployment, but then David Ricardo said, how can you deny that people are losing their jobs? And then Karl Marx said, oh, look, there is an honest guy also among political economists, because he was very critical of this. Then in the 20th century, we had electric machines and then automation, and the neoclassical economists said there's no such thing as technological unemployment. But then after the crisis of 1929, John Maynard Keynes said, how can you say that these people are unemployed because they are lazy? There is an economic crisis. And the debate keeps going on, because then you got Wicksell and Schumpeter that said, no, it's just the fact that the market is not flexible enough, the job market. It's not technology the problem. The debate keeps going on even now. For instance, like 1 decade ago, with the emergence of artificial intelligence, you have several, I don't know if you can read that, several scholars like Martin Ford and Benedict Frey, Michael Osborne, and others saying, we will have mass unemployment because of artificial intelligence. But again, we had like in Davos, Klaus Schwab and these experts say, no, nothing like this will ever happen, because yes, of course, we will have job displacement with labor displacement, but we will not have like unemployment because there will be new jobs replacing this. These are all predictions, of course. And this formula has been repeated as a mantra in the last few years whenever someone was raising the problem. Now, of course, these are predictions, and we don't know. I belong to those groups of people thinking that artificial intelligence may produce and will produce unemployment. But I also recognize that, we have no certainty about it, yes, because the doctrine is divided here on this point. So the main problem I see in this prediction that was made in Davos in 2018 is that it was before the appearance of ChatGPT. And of course, ChatGPT 3.5 that we use for free in internet is not very advanced, we know it. But anybody that tried, and we did test it, superior version of like ChatGPT, so 4 and 5, we know that even if this is not conscious, as Jan was talking about this problem, in any definition or in a definition or other of the term, it is more intelligent. We have to distinguish the concept of consciousness and intelligent than every human being, in the sense that it can replace humans. And therefore, even the argument that it makes mistakes from time to time, that's true, but also human beings make mistakes. And so the entrepreneur, the businessman, will just look which is the device, let's say humans or machine, that makes less mistakes statistically. Now, this is a very old argument. This AI does not get sick, does not get impatient, does not have nervous breakdowns, does not go on vacation, doesn't have to eat or sleep, doesn't have arguments with his husband or wife and things like that. So we have some examples already of companies that are firing, and others are in standby. Corporations are in standby, they don't hire because they want to see with the new version of ChatGPT what it can do. And now, for instance, this is an example I'm providing, is that a company, I think that was in India, that fired 90% of the staff because their employees, they created in 2 days a chatbot that could replace them And you see that the advantage was that human beings, it took like 1 minute and 44 seconds to answer when someone was like, for instance, booking a hotel or whatever, while this answered immediately. So he just fired them. Now he had like around 100 employees, and he fired about 90, and then 10 people were still working. This is the guy. But this is, we are reading this news day after day. Of course, an economist will say, we have to see the aggregate, we have to see if there are new jobs replacing this and so on. But even if this is unemployment in the short term, in my opinion, it's still technological unemployment. Now, I know that I just have 10 minutes, that's why I'm go very quickly on this part of the economic part of my presentation. We can come back to this if you have questions when we have a debate. The main point I want to make is this, that what is rational and the micro level of the economy, or the micro level of the company, this is very rational. I fire my workers, I replace them with ChatGPT or other chatbots, I make more money. In that case, it was saving 80%, 85% of the cost. But that you may have a problem at the macro level of the economy, because if everybody does the same, any company, then these companies don't have customers, don't have consumers, because the people, the workers are also those consuming, unless you just do it for export. Yes. So this is a problem that can be solved only analyzing the problem from the systemic point of view. So in a sense, to tell it in a very simple way, the government should go there and give rules, because otherwise we don't solve the problem. That's the part, the economic part. Now, I would just want to say that, of course, one possible, this is kind of a joke, yes, but since CEOs earn like 1 million euros per month, while workers is 1,000 or 2,000 euros, you would save much more money if you automate them. Automizing CEOs could be the solution. But let's take it as a joke, by the way. Okay, let's go to the legal part. Sorry, I'm going fast because I see 8 minutes, otherwise we'll never finish this. Technological unemployment as a legal issue and unemployment in general. So the necessity to prevent or combat technological unemployment or any other type of involuntary unemployment, this is another concept that was introduced by John Maynard Keynes, is a principle grounded in some important pieces of legislation. For instance, I give this example, in paragraph 1 of Article 23 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, you can read that everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment, so even choosing, to just and favorable condition of work and to protection against unemployment. Well, I interpret the second, the free choice, not the fact that you choose your job, that tomorrow I want to be a surgery and can do that, but the fact that you cannot be forced to do a job, which happened in the Middle Age and before. But look at this, it's a right, you know, it's a human right. So, not just a possibility offered to individuals by the free market or governments. Then, also, in paragraph 1 of Article 25, you can read that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family and so on, and protection from unemployment. And again, remember what I said before, that marginalist economies or neoclassical economies, just a problem of market flexibility. Because if you can offer lower salaries, then everybody would be employed, you know, if they don't get the job because they are lazy. But the problem is that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights said that people need a salary which gives them the possibility to live well. So you cannot go under this level. Yeah? So here we have a conflict between theory and law. Okay, I know, of course, that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is not a legally binding instrument. It says some states can incorporate this principle in their constitution and others not. And I give the example of Italy, because Italy actually, the constitution of Italy was written exactly in the same moment when, you know, you had this debate. And they, in the first very article of the constitution, you read that Italy is the democratic republic founded on labor. And then also you read that workers have the right to be assured adequate means for their needs and necessity in the case of accidents, illness, disability, and involuntary unemployment. This concept comes from Keynes. Now, if you look at Italy, Italy has one of the largest youth unemployment around Europe, again, together with Spain. The average in Europe is 13%, and then in Italy, youth unemployment could be around 50%. Okay, here you get some, yes, there is a region in Spain which had 56% of unemployment and 40% in Sicily. Of course, politicians have an alibi. They say, we cannot solve this problem. Why we cannot solve this problem? I'll tell you in a minute, of course, just 5 minutes, but the problem is that, going a bit fast, yes, as I said before, these people are not necessarily lazy. Of course, there are lazy people, yeah, there are people that don't find a job because they're too demanding, too choosy. I can't deny this problem. Still, there is a problem which is technical, is legal. Okay, let me go fast. Sorry, just I may share my presentation if someone is interested in this. Let me go to a significant example. 2008, we had this subprime crisis, and then 2011, sovereign debt crisis. Many people lost their jobs, but not because they were crazy, because there was a crisis, right? These people wanted to work. And okay, here we got an important point, the most important one. 1975, Franco Modigliani and Lucas Papademos, they introduced a concept. It's called non-inflationary unemployment rate, okay? Which is also called now non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. This means that if you don't want inflation, you need unemployment. You need at least 5% of people unemployed, involuntary. Otherwise, you have inflation. So what is the consequence of this? That, for instance, the European Central Bank, this man is Jean-Claude Trichet, was the second president of the bank, he said that our mandate is, our primary objective is to maintain price stability in the euro area. This means is avoiding inflation. This is the first principle. But if you want to avoid inflation, you need unemployed people, because otherwise you would have it. Because if you have full employment, then salaries tend to grow, and so you have inflation. So think about it, because he said, of course, the goal is 2%. Now we know that after the pandemic, the war, and so on, they changed the rule a little bit. There's some flexibility. But that's interesting. I remember I was in Krynica Forum last year, and there was your president, President Andrzej Duda, and he said something like that. He said, we had to take a decision. Either we have higher inflation or we have higher unemployment. And we decided to have higher inflation. I'm telling you that I lost some money because I was saving in banks. I didn't really like the decision, but I understand it from a humanitarian point of view, that people don't lose their jobs. Still, I have to recognize that he was at least honest, because he knows the theory. He says that you can have both. Yeah? We have, like in English, there is this famous proverb. I don't know if Jan confirm. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Yeah? In Italian, we have a more colorful one, which is this. You can't have the wine cask full and your wife drunk. So either you open the bottle or your wife wouldn't be drunk. So the point is that, yeah, this raises also ethical problems, in the sense that at a point we have to decide what we want. And I think, that we have to start seeing this problem as ethical and legal, and not just as economic issue. This is my argument. All workers contribute to technical scientific progress. Universities and research centers are mostly financed by taxpayer money, right? Therefore, it's profoundly unjust, and if a consistent percentage of workers lose their jobs due to technological improvement. I mean, even this conference probably is financed by taxpayers and so on. So the fact that we have to think about this aspect. And whenever we talk about social justice and justice, we are talking about ethics, right? Now, there's an economist, his name is James Galbraith, that introduced actually an interesting concept. Because he said, we have to find out which is the rate of unemployment that is still ethical and acceptable. Of course, for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, no rate of unemployment is acceptable. You should have full employment, also for the fundamental law of Italy, our constitution. But anyway, he calculated these things. He made a long, complicated mathematical calculus, and he came to the conclusion that there's something similar to Nairo, but it's not the same thing. calculate the rate of unemployment below which inequality declines and above which it rises. It calls it the ethical rate of unemployment, which is estimated quite stable to be about 5.5%. But as you can see, is exactly the same amount that you have in Nairo. So it could be a good compromise, yes? You may say, no, bankers would tell you we need at least 5% of people unemployed, as painful as it can be for them. But they say we cannot have more than 5.5 because this would be unethical because it would increase inequality. So don't go higher, but bankers may say, well, if we have 6 or 7, it could be okay, even 8. It makes price more stable. You say, no, we shouldn't go higher than this. My time is over. So this means that any higher level of unemployment is inherently immoral. Now, just 1 second, if I have 30 seconds more, yeah, that here we got a discussion between Rishi Sunak, the Premier of Great Britain, and Elon Musk. And Elon Musk says something like that. Of course, AI will replace a mass of people. It's just, but Elon Musk says artificial intelligence means eventually that no one will need to work in the future. Now, this sounds a bit strange, right? Because we are used to think that we have to work in order to survive, which is not actually the case for many people, because there are also people that never work in their life, because they inherited capital from their father, grandfather, grandfather. So it's just people like us that have to work, to survive. And they said, but maybe in the future nobody will have to work. Now, it seems strange, but if you look at numbers, look at this. This was a paper published a few years ago. Michael Norton and Arley, they calculated which is the actual distribution of wealth in the USA, what Americans think to be the distribution of wealth, and what is the ideal for them. As you can see, it's a bit different, but I go to the point I have to finish, because we're already 1 minute less. Look at this graphic. 80% of Americans, there's 340 million people, right? 80% of Americans, they share 7% of the wealth. The other 93% is the 20% richer, okay? So taxing these people, getting 7% and give it to 140 million people, it's easy. So what I mean is that's what Elon Musk is thinking about, yes? How can, if artificial intelligence replace millions of workers, hundreds of millions, what do we do? Well, you can, okay, sorry, I got a mistake here, because I correct myself. If we have 340 million people, right? 170 million, they share, 0.87% of the wealth. Is nothing, if you take it for the half richest, okay? If you go, in this case, it would be 300 millions of people unemployed, replaced by artificial intelligence and robots, 300 millions. You just need 7% of the wealth, so they can stay home and get the same salary they get now without working. This is what Elon Musk is thinking about, and others. Okay, and this is the other distribution. You see that 1% have 40% of the wealth in America. This is the actual distribution. People don't understand. People think that more or less we have the same money. Okay, of course, there are some people richer, but it's not like this. Yes, the inequality is very high, and that's what Galbraith was talking about. That any unemployment over 5.5% is unethical, is immoral. If you need, of course, you're not convinced about the reality of technological unemployment, I can come back to this problem and try to show you, to give you my personal argument that the issue is real. It is possible that artificial intelligence and robots will replace and will produce mass unemployment. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank to all speakers showing us the different aspects of the AI impact on the various elements of the legal order. And due to the time discipline, we are only 9 minutes behind the time predicted. I do hope that we have 15 minutes for the discussion as it was predicted. I'm just directing to the organizers, okay? So I'm opening the floor for the questions and remarks. I would be thankful if you introduce yourself before the remark or the question. Okay, I don't know how do we do with the microphones for the speakers. Is there any? Okay, the proposal is just to come to the place where you can be hearable. Do the microphones are coming? No, no. Okay, do we have any question or remark, please? Okay, yes, you have to come here. I mean, I would propose that anybody who wants to speak after the speaker would come to the closer to the here. I mean, we'll save the time for the presenting the questions or remarks. So the next speaker, without raising the hand, please come here and be ready to speak. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm a student of this university. My name is Katarzyna Olek, and I would like to ask you, first off, thank you so much for sharing your experience from your countries. It's really important conversation today, but I would like to ask you, because I heard at least 2 times that AI is a tool or device. And if it's used right with right intentions, then it can be very helpful, especially if you have population like in India. But also I would like to ask, how do you prevent your clients from leaking sensitive data? Because if that was just a tool, then it would be program or software. But I think AI is really learning itself. So how do you prevent your clients? Thank you.
Okay, do we have some other speakers? If not, please answer this question.
Yes, if I can come in. It's a question which is a non-question, because I did warn about if you're a lawyer and you're using a public AI system like ChatGPT, which uses the inputs for training, then indeed there's a danger you will reveal legally privileged material and professional secrets. And both the Bar Council paper and the CEPEJ paper highlight that. But what the speaker is thinking of is the client revealing secrets. Well, bad luck for the client, because the secrets belong to the client. They don't belong to the lawyer. And in a legal professional privilege system, which I know is different from a professional secrecy system, it's entirely open to a client to waive his confidentiality. And if the client chooses to do that, well, tough luck on the client. He ought to have known better. He shouldn't have been so stupid. It's not for the lawyer to stop him, except maybe to say, look, be careful, don't post publicly. But of course, if you've got a specialized system, then, it's no doubt tailored to cope with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kumar wants to say something?
I agree with Mitchell, and to add to that, see, sometimes in adversarial or other proceedings, you also get the information about the other parties, like, IP disputes and all. Certain material is to be kept confidential. But I don't think that use of AI adds any further layer to an errant party which does not wish to bind itself with the confidentiality of case conduct rather than the technology itself. And such a client will be open to action by the suffering party.
Okay, thank you. Do we have some? I would encourage, especially the inspirers. Okay, yes, we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamil Filipek. I'm from Lada University. I'm a sociologist and data scientist, so I'm trying to combine 2 different fields. And also representing AI Center of that university. So I have 2 questions. First question is how to build legal system nowadays how to catch up, the digital revolution which is taking place around us. Because when I observe what's going on with the AI Act, I'm very concerned. We spent a lot of time to build the AI Act. Now it takes about 2-3 years until it will be in power in every country. So what I really think, when it's in power, AI will be completely different. So it may be out of date. That's my concern. And the second question is about this technological unemployment, because one of the solutions is basic income, which is the one I don't really like. And the question is to the last presenter, do you think it may turn into the authoritarian political system, the basic income? Thank you very much.
Who's going to answer the first question? Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. See, a legal system is always rooted in certain basic principles which are mostly common across jurisdictions. And one of those is presumption of innocence. Now, when you say AI and you talk about evidence, as happened in the postmaster's case in UK, so abandoning those principles at the mercy of technology is not a solution. So that's why those who want to use AI and other tools in the legal system have to be very conscious that whether by use of technology they are abandoning these foundational principles. So as long as you keep these principles intact and use AI as a supportive tool for analysis, and again what I said, that human agency is to be involved, and there has to be a training of judges and lawyers on how much deference you have to give, what way you have to utilize it. So these are the ways we can benefit from AI and at the same time prevent its negative impact on justice delivery. But there is a second aspect. That aspect is, self-incrimination. Now, each one of us in different jurisdictions, in different ways, is giving rise to data, including when you use internet, including when you are passing any crossing or building which has CCTV cameras which are networked, and some of the governments have started using facial recognition and other things. So, and national crime bureaus and the governments are trying to utilize this data to prevent crime. So prevention of crime is one thing. Second thing is the legal system where, you have to adjudicate, conduct a trial. So again, one has to deal with this core issue that whether confronted these evidences which can show your presence, which can show your absence, which can show you in different situations, how to utilize it in the legal system, how to keep the principle of self-incrimination sacrosanct, because, it has a psychological impact when somebody, a witness or an accused, is confronted with this kind of evidence. So it becomes very hard to explain, and sometimes this evidence may not be, revealing the full picture. So that's how it's a very nimble enterprise, and we have to unbias ourselves from the processes of technology and AI. We have to learn it as professionals, as judges, and all who are involved. And also, we have to structure the pronouncement of rights of the accused in a different way to them, so that they understand when they are confronted with these kind of situations. I hope it answered a bit.
Yes, I wonder if I can add a little bit to that. It seems to me there's two issues here. I deliberately started with Wolfgang von Kempeln to illustrate a point that I always come back to when I'm analyzing technological issues, and that is human nature doesn't change. The problems that we've got with new technology are the problems we've always had. The dot-com boom and bust was just a replaying of the Dutch tulip bulb fiasco. If we take human nature and the fallibility of human nature as a constant, then it becomes easier to remember legal principles apply to people. They don't apply to machines. There was a lot of nonsense talked a few years ago about creating some form of liability on the part of AI systems. And, you know, there's no human being there, but people deploy AI systems. Is it ethical, let alone lawful, to create a system which leaves Mr. Loomis in prison? Is it lawful to have a system which leads to gross miscarriage of justice? There was everything wrong with the Horizon system in the post office case, but there was nothing wrong with the Horizon system in the sense of legal responsibility. It was a broken tool. The problem lay with the people who knowingly, negligently, and fraudulently deployed it, that's the post office and Fujitsu, and who then proceeded to cover it all up by lying about it. You look for the people, you don't look for the system, and we've got to take that away with us. And a short comment about the idea of trying to cope with bias. It's a problem with it. Don't think you can necessarily solve it in the system, because the whole AI system inherent bias, it's a black box. We can't necessarily control it. I mean, I just got a little thing here for you. You probably saw the news, why Google's woke AI problem won't be an easy fix. Because they knew it was biased, so they tried to make two blacks equal white and put in a counter bias, leading to black and ethnic minority Nazi soldiers from 1943. Well, human stupidity. You can't, you know, some problems can be intractable, and we just have to recognize there's a bias there, and maybe we can't correct it. We just have to be aware it's there and use our intelligence. So keep to the legal principles and apply them to people.
Okay, so I will answer the question about universal basic income. So let's imagine that, of course, this may never happen, but let's imagine that we have this situation which Elon Musk was talking about, and you have, like, United States of America, 340 million inhabitants, 300 million unemployed, replaced by robots, artificial intelligence, chat, and so on. So generally, I teach futures analysis. When you do futures analysis, you have to separate which are your personal preferences from what you think it may happen. It's difficult, because otherwise you fall into wishful thinking. So my prediction is that we will go in the direction of universal basic income. It is because otherwise they will have a revolution, because if people have to eat 2-3 times per day, yes, you cannot have 300 million unemployed people or on benefits as they are now. So probably this is what will happen. On the other hand, I see negative side effect possible. One of these is exactly what our colleague, sorry, I forgot your name, but you're a sociologist, right? So that you can get in a direction of an authoritarian country. A system. I'll tell you why. First of all, when people work, people are needed, right? So they need us, because they have to, thanks to us, they increase their profits, so they make money. Imagine a situation in which we don't have. So we have no possibility to bargain, to negotiate, because workers now can go on strike. But people that live on universal basic income cannot go on strike. What can they do? They have to accept the sum of money they give them for free. But the second point would be also that, do you remember Michel Foucault? He introduced this concept of biopolitics, right? Is at a point, you know, the government and the elite, when we turn from an agricultural society to an industrial society and then to like a capitalistic society, they needed healthy people. So they started taking care of our hygiene, of our health. They wanted us to train, we need hospitals, because these people had to go to work, to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, go to the factory and work. These will not need it, so they will not need healthy people. Actually, if we die, it's even better because it would cost less. So there are so many possible situations, negative situations. I'm telling you that I'm not a technophobe. I love machines, I love robots, I love artificial intelligence, but I have to be honest with myself. As David Ricardo tried to be honest in the 18th century, there are also negative side effects of the machines. It requires some understanding. So the ideal situation, this is what I predict. At a point, there is a solution. As I told you, 140 million people is 0.87% of the wealth. It's much less than what the American government, I'm taking American as an example because the rest of the world tend to see it as a model, right? But we can talk about Europe if you want. But the thing is this, that we spend more money for weapons. That's the other point. Usually, in the past, when the king thought that there were too many people around and these people were starting protesting and doing riots, he was starting a war. So these people would go on war and part of them would die and things like that. So I'm afraid, yes, that if we have mass unemployment, I hope we don't have it, but if we have it, we may have these three different problems. First, workers cannot bargain and negotiate, so they are useless. The governments will not take care about their health, and I hope not that they may think, why not starting wars? So people will keep them busy, because if we have them not busy, or just let them use drugs, let them use anything. We have this beginning in the States, these problems, yes, of people killing themselves with drugs. So yes, it's a matter that we have to reflect carefully on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask the question, perhaps it's too general, but as a legal philosopher, I'm interested in the impact the AI, or rather AGI, may play on categories like the judicial discretion, like the axiology and judicial interpretation, like the filling the gaps in the legal system by the judiciary, etc. I mean, all this perhaps judicial activism. I mean, do you predict that these categories will disappear parallel to the, let's say, the active role of the AI, or they will be somehow, they will somehow survive, but in a different, let's say, way or different measure?
We can't tell where AI is going to take us 10 years from now, but in what we do know about AI, I believe there is a scope for human ingenuity, and I say that coming from a common law system. There is a very distinguished Italian professor, Luigi Viola, who has developed an algorithm for the interpretation of legislation. And he's held he's supported by the Italian government, and he's quite the hot thing in Italy. And he, for reasons best known to himself, has invited me to a number of conferences he holds discussing this algorithm and other issues. And I don't know why he invites me, because every time I say it's an imperfect tool, because coming from a common law system, you require the intuitive leap. You require the thing that nobody has thought of before, that you can't derive from looking at previous cases, which what an AI system, if it's properly developed, might do, or look at legislation. And I say that from well, first of all, there were two cases. In the 1920s, there was a case, Donoghue against Stevenson, which established the whole law of a liability not in contract, but in tort or delict to an individual who bought a product. And from that, and in all of modern tort and delict law, it's delict in Scotland, tort in England, has developed. But in my own personal experience, I am sitting here as the person who invented the easement or servitude of parking. Nobody believed there was, or dreamt there was such a thing, until I persuaded the House of Lords 5-0 that there is a servitude of parking, even if the ancient Romans didn't apparently have it. And that's the sort of intuitive leap which I just do not see AI in its present state of development achieving. But goodness knows what might happen when we've got quantum computing coming along.
Thank you. I regret that we don't have more time for the discussion. Thank you very much for all speakers and for all members of the audience. And because I don't want to take more time from the next panel, I would close this panel thanking once more for participation. Thank you very much.
I welcome very cordially all participants of our conference. I welcome participants who are here at the university building, and of course our participants who take part online. And we have very busy panel with 7 speeches, and it is the hybrid form of the panel. And we start with the first speech, and it's a great honor and a great pleasure for me to introduce Brian Wu-Tang, Executive Director of the University of Hong Kong Law, Innovation, Technology, Entrepreneurship, IT Lab. And the first, our presentation is on the subject of the first presentation is the Gen AI talent development and upskilling for the legal profession. The floor is yours.
Thank you so very much for your kind introduction. Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me? I just want to confirm. Okay, well, I'm assuming that's a yes. I'm so pleased to be invited to speak with you, and I'm terribly sorry I can't be there in person. It would have been my first visit to Poland, and I hope I will get the chance to visit once more again. So let me start the beginning of the presentation very briefly, because I think it's something that we're all quite familiar with. So when ChatGPT was launched in November 2022, it really led to the Gen AI explosion, because of the funding from Microsoft allowed for mainstream people around the world to get access to this and to try out the technologies. This is a chart given by Goldman Sachs, where you would note that 44% of legal tasks were identified as being able to be impacted by Gen AI. And I always share this chart as well, where they identified Hong Kong as being one of the most impacted because we're very much service industry located. But really, Gen AI impacts all knowledge workers, right? So whether you work in the law, or you work in consulting, or you work in accounting, Gen AI has a tremendous potential to impact. And with the legal profession, there was of course the initial fear and loathing when people used it in court inappropriately without checking, and there was even the stunt of some leaving invite people to court with Gen AI, listening and saying everything that Gen AI says, but they decided to withdraw that, I think wisely. But since then, they have judges also praising it. At law schools, there was also fear and loathing because of the statistics that come out, where they found that Gen AI can do really well with bar exams to get into law school. It can do really well with exams in law school, and so admissions it does well, exams it does well, and then even bar exams to get admitted into practice it does well as well. So here's a chart that I follow in a created where large global firms are creating their own wrapper GPTs. So these are large law firms that that already have their own Gen AI and wrapper, so that all their lawyers get to use it for internal purposes. And there are many studies in relation to how the law firms are already introducing this. It's not just law firms, it's also in-house communities. So I've done some work with ELTA, the European Legal Technology Association, and they have recently issued a study, global study in relation to the adoption and use cases of Gen AI. But it's also the judiciary and the bar in terms of trying to address how it will be used. And the most recent piece that came out was the UK Master of the Rolls, who in the bottom here says it may soon be negligent not to use AI. So fancy that. Which, you know, from the ban to not using it being part of professional responsibility. But you know, it has more broad-scale ramifications because how does it impact cherished institutions like the billable hour in terms of if lawyers charged by the hour, Gen AI can make things faster, will the billable hour survive in its current form for major law firms? And so generally there's been a look towards how do we upskill lawyers, what skills do lawyers need to address to in this new world, and then they look towards law schools, right? Law schools, we're the ones that actually teach lawyers. So how do we do that? So I should briefly introduce myself. I'm actually admitted in 3 jurisdictions. I started in Australia and then practiced in Australia and then New York. And then I went in-house here in Hong Kong. So I'm admitted in 3 jurisdictions, have both been in private practice as well as in-house before I went to entrepreneurship and now the law school. And so law schools are being looked at, but are law schools equipped to do so? So we're quite lucky at Hong Kong U. I created and lead Light Lab, which stands for Law, Innovation, Technology, and Entrepreneurship. We're actually one of the first law school courses that incorporated generative AI, and were featured in my university's annual report, which is very nice, and have won various awards, such as by CLOC, the Corporate Legal Operations Consortium in the US. And so some of our pedagogies have also been shared in general education conferences, because I joke that I'm in 3 industries: law, education, and finance. And in fact, in 2 of them, law and education, Gen AI is potentially existential. So how does it work in terms of pedagogy? So at Light Lab, we have a constructivist pedagogy, which is kind of learning by doing. It's an elective course where I teach, I focus on student agency, where they learn about the law of technology, and as well as the technology of law. We introduce legal design thinking, business model canvas, experiential project-based learning, so use no-code, low-code platforms. Again, I'm not training them to be code programmers, but they're using existing tools. But it's also interdisciplinary as they work on teams, on real-world projects. So how can I apply this to the learning, the use, and assessment of Gen AI? The initial emphasis was on encouraging the use, although it wasn't required. So even before all of this Gen AI, I had been doing research in relation to Gen AI governance, or AI governance, and I called my framework the Chiron framework. Chiron, whom Homer, the poet, not Simpson, called the justice and wisest of centaurs, and the concept arose after Kasparov lost the Deep Blue and became the first AI versus human encounter that humans lost, and came back with the concept of centaur chess. So can human, and he concluded that humans and machines can beat machines alone. But now with Gen AI, we have a cheeky jinn, because you make wishes of the Gen AI, but you don't. Sometimes they're cheeky. They might lie to you. Or is it like a sarcastic guru, because they then give you insights, but because they're black box, you actually can't tell what it is and what the rationale is. So at least one of the learning outcomes of Light Lab was to try to create legal and technology centaurs. So in our version 1, this was in April of 2023. Remember, Gen AI just came out, ChatGPT came out in November 2022. We introduced it to my classes, and the students created legal test cases, I'm to ensure access, because many don't know, but in Hong Kong, which is considered part of China, we actually geo-blocked by OpenAI, so we only can get access to OpenAI via VPN, so we need to find alternative GenAI. We compare the different ones, and we bring from engineering best practices and tips and tricks. But importantly, we also have learned student reflections on what I call limitations and the weird stuff. Like what hallucinations came up, what confidentiality issues or bias issues. And the basic rule at the bottom was, check before you publish, no confidential information, and attribute use. And we created synthetic examples. So these are basic categories of forum: contract review, drafting, pleadings, research, correspondence, workflow, and due diligence. And the students created projects around that. And in our first year, the responses were fantastic in terms of the students being really encouraged and wanting to use it. But yes, we had three conclusions. One is limitations on the legal research. GenAI was trained on all of the internet. It was not good in Hong Kong law. I'd love to hear whether GenAI is good in Polish law. But it was not good in Hong Kong law because it was not trained on Hong Kong law. Secondly, human working in the loop remains very important. And thirdly, hands-on experience allows for initial negative impressions.
Sorry, Brian. Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Brian.
Yes.
Maria Slazak speaking. I'm very sorry to... Yes, hello. I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but we are doing everything to have the clean, the clean voice from your side, but there is something on the line. And we checked here internally, and this is not on our side. Could you be so kind, because your presentation is extremely interesting for all of us, but till now we almost cannot understand anything, because there is awful noise on your side. Could you be so kind to check it? What is the reason?
Thank you. I don't know. When we did the initial sound check, they could hear me. Can you hear me better now?
But even if you speak now, there is this noise, like, I don't know, like a public place or what? Because there's something really strange. And we want, because you know how highly specialized person you are in the issue, and we really would like to fully understand everything. Is any? Yeah.
Well, I can try. Would you like me to try to speak louder?
No, louder is not necessary, because it is sufficiently loud, but there is a problem with the background. Sorry, could... One of the colleagues suggested maybe you would stop the video and then we could hear better. Maybe it will help.
Okay, let me try that. Is that better?
No. We still hear certain, I don't know, the other voices. What? Please come here, please.
Okay, let me try to move to a slightly different location. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yes, that you could.
Bear with me.
Could you be? You will change the place, you suggest?
Yes, I'm moving right now.
Okay. So, please do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we are waiting.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. So maybe, okay, is this better?
No, we still hear that. Maybe you are in certain public place, our technicians said, and maybe this is the reason.
Is this much better? Is this okay?
No, now if you said a few words that we hear better, but...
Okay. Let me try the next slide, and I'll try to continue talking, because I know time is of essence for you all as well.
Yes, but your presentation, the content of your presentation is even more important than the time for us.
Okay, so at our university, they've now dubbed GenAI as a fifth literacy. And so there's a lot of push for GenAI, not just for our law students, but across the university and the 10 faculties. So in our version 2 of our Light Lab classes, we actually introduced more GenAI. So one of them was into research projects that they did with project partners. So my students use it for brainstorming, for preliminary research, summarizing, first version drafting, but also English language and grammar changes, because a lot of my students are not native language English speakers, but also translation. When they did research, for example, in Thai law or in Japanese law, was translated into what we have. My other class, the students actually created digital artifacts. And what we found, of course, with Gen AI is in lots of technologies, not just, and so when they created videos, whether it's text-to-image generators, VTuber animators, voice scripters, all of them all had Gen AI now. And my students even have created chatbots using Poe and Llama 3. So here are some examples of chatbots my students have created. One on ESOP employment stock option plans, one in relation to refugee rights, and the third in relation to startup guidance for startups in relation to different aspects of startup law. Some lessons, if you were to use Poe, the students then learn about knowledge, what kind of data do you input into it, what kind of prompt engineering do you have, how do you adjust the custom temperature, and then you think about who the intended user is, and there are certain pros and cons in relation to these programs. But interestingly, I also had my very first conscientious objector. I had a student who said she refuses to participate because she wants to be a graphic designer as well, and she feels that these platforms actually not only take away jobs, but they actually steal data, and they're built on stolen data. And this was all before the Times lawsuit against OpenAI and Microsoft. So again, in my, as I said, I had done research in relation to Gen AI and the externalities, and it's what I call human working in the loop. So if you see on the left-hand side, these are the humans that are, the jobs of humans literally as they create AI, but in terms of working in the loop, these are all the externalities, whether it's bias, copyright infringement, confidentiality issues, credibility, hallucinations, expenses to train, synthetic data. So all of these things actually can be attributed to a human actually doing it that is working in this space. So how can we kind of regulate that? And one concept I've come up with is what I call the emergence of fair trade. So besides regulating, certain governance and having governance of certain AI makers, we are all consumers of AI. So might we be more interested in an AI and LLM that's created only with content that is not biased, or content that is already licensed as opposed to not licensed, right? And has the consent of all parties. So I think this is where there's a combination between governance and the marketplace that can work forward. So in our next pedagogy, we're continuing to work now more with our project partners in corporate departments as well as law firms on Gen AI projects. So at Light Lab, we also run roundtables. These are some of the companies that have hosted roundtables for us. And then we also work with large law firms, and these are some of the roundtables that we've hosted with large law firms. And these are the legal and innovation teams that are within these law firms as we all struggle and adjust to this new world. We've also rolled out some training to Jardines, which is a large conglomerate, London-listed conglomerate. So I trained 70+ lawyers in relation to how to use Gen AI in terms of their practices. So I wanted to leave this talk with 8 kind of takeaways, hopefully practical takeaways for legal practitioners. So firstly, set firm policies for responsible permitted use for official businesses. So they are the consumer versions, which is you go online, you just use ChatGPT, or the enterprise version, whereby you have certain protections and like as well. Always check, always ensure client data privacy and confidential information that they're going into the training. Don't do what Samsung did, where they put in public, private and proprietary information and it ended up training the model. And always attribute use. Thirdly, provide a safe space to roll up the sleeves to encourage experimentation from engineering and use cases. So here's a hint: research may not be Gen AI's strongest point, contrary to what people think. Fourth, prioritize use cases that solve problems that your stakeholders care about. So the stakeholders may be internal ones, maybe internal senior partners, or maybe external ones that may be your clients, right? So whether and think about things like how do you improve efficiency, how do you use it for brainstorming, for first drafts, for summarizing. Fifthly, be aware that use cases differ based on
lawyer seniority. So if you're trying to, if a junior lawyer uses it, it's different from a senior partner using it, right? Practice groups, which is billable, as well as practice management, which is non-billable, where I think a lot of use cases have been found. 6, everyone in the firm has their own pace in terms of Gen AI journey. So not everybody is digital native, so everybody will have to go on their journey in their own pace. 7, collaborate with key clients on how best to add value. So lawyers as in-houses are thinking about, wow, if I can now do this and it takes me 10 minutes, why do I want to send it outside? How are law firms going to adjust into that new world? And last but not least, build a community of peer learning, whether internal or external. So that's one of the things that we've done within Light Lab in Hong Kong. I'm actually going to India tomorrow, and as part of ALITA, which is the Asia Pacific Legal Innovation Technology Association. So we're building the peer learning and discussing with Indian participants how they can grow their ecosystem and adjusting Gen AI. Would love to have another opportunity to visit Poland and maybe try to build that in Poland and in Europe as well. With that, I want to thank you so much again for your patience and kind invitation, and hope I have the chance to meet some of you face-to-face in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really a pity for us you can't come to Lublin, but thank you for our teachers, academic teachers. The subject of your presentation was very, very interesting, and I hope that we will have occasion to hear you in our conference. And the next speaker is Mr. Aydin Bikebayev, chairman of the National Bar Association of Kazakhstan. And I would like to invite you to our panel. The subject of the speech is issues concentrating around the legal and organizational challenges facing the legal professions of public interest. Nie może. Nie. Mamy problemy techniczne, to może będzie możliwość późniejszego połączenia. No to rozumiem, że zmieniamy wobec tego troszkę porządek i to zapraszam już w tej sytuacji naszych panelistów, którzy są obecni na miejscu, i mam zaszczyt poprosić teraz o wystąpienie panią profesor Dorotę Sylwestrzak z Uniwersytetu Mikołaja Kopernika i tytuł wystąpienia: Sztuczna inteligencja w działalności prawniczych zawodów zaufania publicznego. Pani profesor będzie mówiła o związanych z tym problemem szansach i zagrożeniach. Bardzo proszę panią profesor.
Dziękuję uprzejmie pani profesor. Dziękuję pięknie organizatorom za zaproszenie do wzięcia udziału w tym zacnym i ważnym przedsięwzięciu. Gratuluję również pomysłu, bo niewątpliwie sztuczna inteligencja to wyzwanie nie tylko dla nauki prawa, ale także i dla praktyków. Punktem wyjścia do przeprowadzenia analizy i stwierdzenia, jakie szanse i zagrożenia występują, jeżeli chodzi o działalność prawniczych zawodów zaufania publicznego, będzie kwestia poczynienia pewnych ustaleń terminologicznych i po pierwsze swoje wystąpienie ograniczę do działalności prawniczych zawodów zaufania publicznego w tym wąskim rozumieniu, a zatem do tych zawodów, które są zawodami regulowanymi i posiadają własny samorząd, a zatem radców prawnych, adwokatów, notariuszy, komorników sądowych. Drugie pojęcie, które wymaga definicji, to jest pojęcie sztucznej inteligencji. Przede wszystkim chciałabym zwrócić uwagę, że pojęcie to jest bardzo wieloznaczne, jest przedmiotem zainteresowania wielu dyscyplin naukowych, przede wszystkim informatyki, ale również i przedstawicieli filozofii czy też socjologii, a myślę, że z uwagi na liczne problemy w sferze prawa powinno stanowić także przedmiot zainteresowania, jeżeli chodzi o prawo, również na poziomie naszym legislacyjnym, jak i w kontekście wykonywania prawniczych zawodów zaufania publicznego. No, jeżeli chodzi o samą inteligencję, to nie ulega wątpliwości, że jest ona przypisywana co do zasady istocie w postaci człowieka. Tak? Taką inteligencję przyznaje się także zwierzętom. Jeżeli chodzi o sferę prawa cywilnego, to mamy przecież zgodnie z zasadą deryfikacji wyłączenie zwierząt z kategorii rzeczy, aczkolwiek podmiotowości prawnej nie przyznaje się zwierzętom. To pojęcie sztucznej inteligencji jest różnie ujmowane i ja skoncentruję się tutaj przede wszystkim na tych nieprawniczych próbach ujęcia definicji sztucznej inteligencji, w głównej mierze odnoszącej się do informatyki, tak, bo z całą pewnością w tym zakresie i z rozwojem oczywiście technologii, programów komputerowych należy to pojęcie wiązać. Zasadniczo w tych naukach nieprawniczych sztuczna inteligencja jest ujmowana jako pewne procesy technologiczne, jako systemy ekspertowe, jako programy mechaniczne tłumaczące teksty, sieci neuronowe, które wykorzystywane są w grach komputerowych, jako programy uczące się, programy poszukujące, analizujące dane, czy też jako programy rozpoznające mowę, programy rozpoznające pismo, programy tworzące dzieła literackie i artystyczne. Sztuczną inteligencję utożsamia się przede wszystkim z inteligentnymi maszynami, systemami operacyjnymi oraz programami. Jeżeli chodzi o definicję legalną w prawie polskim, to nie mamy żadnej ustawy poświęconej sztucznej inteligencji, ale trwają prace na poziomie unijnym i tutaj we wszystkich dokumentach unijnych, jak również w projekcie rozporządzenia Parlamentu Europejskiego i Rady ustanawiającego zharmonizowane przepisy dotyczące sztucznej inteligencji, w artykule 3, punkcie 1 zaproponowano taką definicję sztucznej inteligencji, że jest to przede wszystkim oprogramowanie opracowane przy użyciu co najmniej jednej spośród technik i podejść wymienionych w załączniku 1, które może dla danego zestawu celów określanych przez człowieka generować wyniki takie jak treści, przewidywania, zalecenia lub decyzje wpływające na środowiska, z którymi wchodzi w interakcję. Moja teza, jeżeli chodzi o wystąpienie i przyjęcie pojęcia sztucznej inteligencji, no, wydaje mi się, że należałoby operować tą definicją, która co prawda jeszcze na poziomie projektu jest opracowana, ale co do zasady pojęcie sztucznej inteligencji będę odnosiła i rozumiała oczywiście tak, jak to przyjęto w tych projektach rozporządzenia unijnego, a zatem też będę odnosić to pojęcie do oprogramowania, do pewnych systemów operacyjnych i raczej będę w takim potocznym rozumieniu rozumiała to jako swoiste narzędzie. No, powstaje oczywiście pytanie, czy sztuczna inteligencja to jest nowy podmiot, bo takie stanowiska, poglądy możemy spotkać nie tylko oczywiście w piśmiennictwie, w doktrynie, ale także pojawiły się chociażby w orzecznictwie sądów niemieckich, gdzie pojawiło się w jednym z orzeczeń z 2008 roku takie stanowisko o przyznaniu ogólnego prawa osobistności również inteligentnym systemom. No, z tym wiąże się oczywiście szereg problemów. Jest to stanowisko poddawane krytyce. Ja również zdecydowanie krytycznie odnoszę się, ażeby przyznawać podmiotowość prawną sztucznej inteligencji, czyli systemowi, właściwie produktowi, tworowi, czy narzędziom. Tak? I wydaje się, że na kanwie orzecznictwa sądów niemieckich w kontekście chociażby odpowiedzialności za inteligentny system, samodzielny system parkowania, czy też odpowiedzialność za błędy czy szkody w związku z operacjami, tak, gdzie w części te zabiegi wykonywane były przy użyciu właśnie takich systemów czy narzędzi. No, wydaje się, że słuszne stanowisko jest takie, iż to człowiek, tak, będzie tym podmiotem odpowiedzialnym, a nie system operacyjny, a nie sztuczna inteligencja. Oczywiście, proszę Państwa, tutaj też powstaje kolejny problem i zagadnienie związane z tym, jaki wpływ i jaką rolę będzie odgrywała sztuczna inteligencja, jeżeli chodzi o wykonywanie prawniczych zawodów zaufania publicznego. To możemy rozważać w wielu płaszczyznach, możemy to rozstrzygać w kontekście takich relacji jak prawnik a sztuczna inteligencja, czy też prawnik a osoby, które stworzyły program, osoby, które zakupiły taki program, które stosowały ten program, czy wreszcie również relacje przykładowo adwokaci i inni adwokaci, czy też radcowie prawni oraz inni przedstawiciele zawodów prawniczych. Mając na uwadze wyżej poczynione ustalenia, tak, w mojej ocenie, z uwagi na to, że sztucznej inteligencji nie możemy przypisać podmiotowości, więc z całą pewnością pytanie, czy na przykład prawnik może reprezentować sztuczną inteligencję, uważam, że nie, ale już użytkownika, czy twórcę tegoż systemu, czy osobę, która stosuje te programy, jak najbardziej możemy tutaj te relacje i te płaszczyzny reprezentacji odnosić. Kolejna kwestia, jeżeli chodzi o możliwości zastosowania narzędzi sztucznej inteligencji w pracy prawników. No, oczywiście w tych dokumentach unijnych, jak również w licznych stanowiskach pojawia się takie zagadnienie, że będzie to dedykowane dla chociażby wymiaru sprawiedliwości w celu ułatwienia wykrywania przestępstw, ale tutaj też pojawia się kolejny problem, a mianowicie kwestia fałszowania dowodów w oparciu o oczywiście dane algorytmy czy posiadane dane i wykorzystanie tych dowodów. No, proszę Państwa, natura ludzka bywa ułomna i tutaj też możemy wyobrazić sobie takie sytuacje i zagrożenia, że te narzędzia mogą służyć do nadużywania, tak, chociażby przez prawników tych systemów w celu stworzenia właśnie takich dowodów. Z całą pewnością w kategorii szans poczytuję te wszystkie zalety, o których już tutaj wspominaliśmy, czyli możliwość wyszukiwania orzeczeń, możliwość wyszukiwania postanowień umownych, czy prostych pism procesowych, czy szukania różnych opracowań naukowych po to, żeby na przykład stworzyć określone pismo procesowe. I tutaj też pojawia się jak gdyby, czyli z jednej strony szansa, tak? Z drugiej strony pojawia się kolejne zagrożenie, a mianowicie czy ta sztuczna inteligencja zastąpi, tak, radcę prawnego, adwokata, notariusza, sędziego, prokuratora. W mojej ocenie w pierwszym wystąpieniu tutaj pojawiły się nawiązania oczywiście do wyeliminowania jednostki ludzkiej, jeżeli chodzi o pracę. W mojej ocenie raczej nie widziałabym takich zagrożeń, jeżeli chodzi o wykonywanie prawniczych zawodów zaufania publicznego, dlatego że z uwagi na to, że te zawody wymagają wysokiego profesjonalizmu, ale także intelektu, wiedzy, prawniczej, doświadczenia życiowego, z całą pewnością sztuczna inteligencja nie jest w stanie zastąpić, tak, w tym zakresie osób, które wykonują ten zawód i ten automatyzm polegający na tym, że sztuczna inteligencja stworzy za nas pismo procesowe, opinię prawną, że stworzy wyrok, nakaz, że stworzy decyzję, no jest w mojej ocenie raczej absurdem. Owszem, te mechanizmy mogą być, automatyzacja może być wykorzystywana, przy czym no, zgodnie chyba przyjmiemy, że może to się odnosić do takich czynności zdecydowanie prostych. Raczej widziałabym to w kontekście narzędzie do wyszukiwania orzecznictwa, piśmiennictwa, czy też narzędzie do dokonywania obliczeń, ale jak już wskazano podczas pierwszego panelu, również w kwestiach obliczeń mogą pojawić się błędy. No i tutaj oczywiście pojawia się kwestia odpowiedzialności, kto będzie ponosić odpowiedzialność za te błędy. Z całą oczywiście tutaj swoją wiedzą i praktyką podpisuję się pod tym stwierdzeniem, że odpowiedzialność będzie ponosić człowiek, a nie sztuczna inteligencja. To prawnik ponosi odpowiedzialność za treść pisma. Sztuczna inteligencja nie zastąpi pracy prawnika, zwłaszcza w tych sprawach, które wymagają ogromnego intelektu, wysiłku, logicznego myślenia, oceny stanu faktycznego, zastosowania tego stanu faktycznego czy podciągnięcia stanu faktycznego pod określoną normę prawną. W mojej ocenie obecne, no może zostaną udoskonalone, ale w chwili obecnej z całą pewnością w tym zakresie ta odpowiedzialność będzie za stworzenie pisma procesowego czy też opinii prawnej będzie spoczywała na autorze tego pisma. A jeżeli oczywiście to pismo będzie oparte na wadliwym zastosowaniu przepisów czy wykładni, no to tu mogą pojawić się też różne konsekwencje, bo w przypadku przegranej sprawy klient oczywiście ma roszczenia, to może także powodować odpowiedzialność w niektórych przypadkach dyscyplinarną, bo przecież prawnik ponosi odpowiedzialność za działania zgodne z prawem. Jeżeli będzie podejmować działania sprzeczne z prawem i stosować się do regulacji, które nie obowiązują albo naruszają przepisy prawa, no to z całą pewnością oczywiście tutaj też ta odpowiedzialność dyscyplinarna może się pojawić. No, w kontekście pracy prawnika i nie chcę tutaj oczywiście wkraczać w kolejne wystąpienie poświęcone naruszeniu tajemnicy zawodowej, ale mamy tutaj kolejne jak gdyby zagrożenie, ponieważ praca prawnika wiąże się z koniecznością pracy z różnymi danymi i bardzo często są to dane wrażliwe, dane kluczowe dla naszych klientów, a udostępnienie tych danych może grozić odpowiedzialnością z tytułu naruszenia tajemnicy zawodowej, ale może także rodzić odpowiedzialność, jeżeli chodzi o naruszenie przepisów ogólnego rozporządzenia o ochronie danych. Także tutaj też możemy wkraczać w naruszenie prawa do prywatności. Może się zdarzyć również tak, jeżeli chodzi o wykorzystywanie tych informacji, że w naszych pismach, w szczególności opiniach prawnych, kiedy posługujemy się i czerpiemy tak, z dorobku doktryny i będziemy oczywiście zaczerpywać te stanowiska czy też poglądy bez rzetelnego cytowania, albo może się to skończyć tym, że popełnimy tutaj oczywiście czyn związany z nierzetelnością naukową, albo może dojść także do naruszenia praw autorskich. I jako przykład mogę tutaj wskazać, że już w chwili obecnej, i też nie będę tutaj oczywiście wkraczać, ale wskazuję jako kolejną formę zagrożeń. Plagiaty były zarzucane chociażby sędziom, którzy w uzasadnieniach naruszali prawa autorskie, ale także i wobec prokuratorów, którzy na przykład we wniosku o tymczasowe aresztowanie zapożyczali oczywiście stanowiska chociażby już świętej pamięci nieżyjącego profesora Andrzeja Marka czy innych profesorów. Więc w tym zakresie, jeżeli chodzi o sporządzanie pism procesowych i opieraniu się na tych informacjach przygotowanych przez sztuczną inteligencję, musimy także zwracać uwagę na te aspekty. Podałabym tutaj jeszcze jeden taki przykład, że ta sztuczna inteligencja, która wyszukuje wszelkich informacji pojawiających się w internecie, zwłaszcza jeżeli chodzi o wyszukiwanie orzecznictwa czy artykułów na temat danej instytucji, zagadnienia, postanowienia, umowy. Zwracam uwagę, że w tych opracowaniach, które pojawiają się także, czy to na blogach, czy w innych formach, tu też się pojawiają błędy. Nie zawsze na przykład takie orzeczenie w ogóle istnieje. Sama weryfikowałam, wrzucając w Google na przykład konkretną instytucję czy zapytanie i wtedy pojawiały się rekordy z określonymi opracowaniami, a po weryfikacji tychże opracowań okazywało się, że w rzeczywistości takiego wyroku nie ma takiej sygnatury, więc oczywiście profesjonalista musi się z tym liczyć, że w tych swoich pismach procesowych musi z całą pewnością uwzględniać prawdziwość danych. Także tutaj też pojawia się problem weryfikacji tychże informacji. Jeżeli chodzi o kwestię relacji pomiędzy prawnikami, sztuczna inteligencja też traktowana jest jako takie narzędzie, które ma wspierać biznes, przedsiębiorczość, konkurencyjność, ale tutaj też może pojawić się zagrożenie związane ze stosowaniem praktyk naruszających konkurencję i tych nieuczciwych praktyk rynkowych, które też w mojej ocenie mogą doprowadzić do odpowiedzialności dyscyplinarnej czy też cywilnej, a w skrajnych przypadkach również odpowiedzialności karnej. Jako pewną szansę postrzegam to, że ten system, narzędzie daje nam możliwości z całą pewnością do samoedukacji, samokształcenia. Możemy to narzędzie wykorzystywać w takiej działalności szkoleniowej, podnoszącej nasze kompetencje, aczkolwiek zwracam uwagę, że profesjonalista musi mieć świadomość, że te informacje i ta wiedza musi podlegać także weryfikacji. Jeżeli chodzi o kwestie zagrożeń, zwłaszcza co do zdobywania czy nadużywania tych informacji w celach sprzecznych z przepisami prawa, to w tym zakresie widzę też wyzwania, w szczególności dla samorządów reprezentujących dany zawód, a mianowicie w kontekście chociażby deontologii, kodeksów etycznych. My w chwili obecnej z uwagi na to, że nie mamy regulacji prawnych, nie zajmujemy się też w takim zakresie, jeżeli chodzi o kwestie odpowiedzialności dyscyplinarnej czy też zasad etycznych. Myślę, że po wprowadzeniu rozporządzenia unijnego dotyczącego sztucznej inteligencji staniemy przed taką koniecznością i w tym zakresie również będziemy musieli jako samorząd zrzeszający dane przedstawicieli zawodów będziemy musieli podjąć działania w celu ustalenia, które z tych zachowań traktujemy jako naruszające kodeksy, zasady etyczne. Podsumowując, w mojej ocenie sztuczna inteligencja nie posiada intelektu, to jest tylko i wyłącznie narzędzie, które ma na celu wspieranie pracy, natomiast z całą pewnością nie zastąpi profesjonalnych prawników. Dziękuję uprzejmie.
Bardzo dziękuję pani profesor za interesujące wystąpienie. Wprawdzie tutaj niestety z powodów technicznych utraciliśmy jeden referat, jedną prezentację, także niestety nie będziemy mogli się połączyć z naszym panelistą z Kazachstanu, ale mimo to, ponieważ rozpoczęliśmy z takim dość znacznym poślizgiem czasowym, ja bardzo proszę też pozostałych państwa referentów o jednak przestrzeganie tej dyscypliny czasowej, 15 minut wystąpienia i mam teraz przyjemność zaprosić pana doktora Michała Jeniaka. Tytuł wystąpienia, czyli niejako kontynuując tę problematykę, tajemnica adwokacka wobec wyzwań transformacji cyfrowych. Bardzo proszę pana doktora.
Dziękuję pani profesorze, dziękuję pani profesorze, nie ukradła mi tematu. Drodzy Państwo, oczywiście mówiąc o tajemnicy adwokackiej dotykamy dużo szerszego zagadnienia, bo dotyczy to również tajemnicy radcowskiej, jak również analogicznych tajemnic funkcjonujących w obcych systemach prawa. Zastanawiając się nad tematem tego wystąpienia w momencie, kiedy usłyszałem, że ta konferencja ma dotyczyć zawodów prawniczych, zacząłem szukać tej normy etycznej, która jest najmocniej dotknięta transformacją cyfrową. I szczerze mówiąc, dużo czasu mi to nie zajęło. Pamiętam, jak po raz pierwszy byłem członkiem Warszawskiej Okręgowej Rady Adwokackiej. Akurat wtedy zdarzyła się taka dosyć przykra sytuacja dla jednej z warszawskich dużych w owym czasie kancelarii, gdzie odbył się atak hakerski mający charakter ransomware. Towarzyszyło mu żądanie okupu za to, że nie zostaną upublicznione dane klientów kancelarii. Podobne ataki były raportowane prasowo, między innymi takich najmocniejszy w Stanach Zjednoczonych w 2023 roku. Objął on 3 duże kancelarie, między innymi z kancelarii mających również biura w Polsce. Był to K&L Gates. Jest to więc problem dosyć powszechny. To są tylko te ataki, o których wiemy, które są prasowo podane. Dowiadywałem się w naszych organach dyscyplinarnych Izby Warszawskiej, czy toczą się jakieś postępowania związane z niedostatecznym zabezpieczeniem danych kancelarii. W ostatnich 3 latach takie postępowania się nie toczyły, natomiast możemy o nich po prostu nie wiedzieć. Tak samo jak nie wiemy o podsłuchach na naszych telefonach, pomimo że ja mam bardzo poważne podejrzenia, że w pewnym okresie, kiedy prowadziłem 2 newralgiczne sprawy, byłem na podsłuchu pomimo całej tajemnicy adwokackiej. Tak samo możemy o tych sprawach nie wiedzieć, co więcej nasi klienci również mogą o tym nie wiedzieć. Ta tajemnica jest nie tylko naszym uprawnieniem, ona jest bardziej prawem naszych klientów aniżeli naszym. Pomimo że mamy prawo zachować tajemnicę, to przede wszystkim mamy obowiązek zachować tą tajemnicę, bo jest to prawo naszych klientów. W związku z tym zacząłem analizować kodeksy etyczne różnych zawodów polskich i zagranicznych i odkryłem, że tak naprawdę transformacja cyfrowa, która ten świat zmienia, została dostrzeżona z 4 kodeksów, które analizowałem, tylko w kodeksie etyki adwokackiej. Pomimo że ta transformacja istotnie zmienia zakres ochrony tajemnicy, bo oczywiście zawsze mieliśmy obowiązek zachowania należytej staranności przy ochronie tej tajemnicy. Natomiast o ile kiedyś atak, kradzież dokumentów, kradzież akt mógł dotyczyć jednostkowych dokumentów, o tyle te wycieki, o których mówię, dotyczyły tysięcy lub dziesiątek tysięcy, mówiąc z angielska, rekordów klientów. To był masowy atak, który mógł ważyć na tajemnicy przedsiębiorstwa, mógł ważyć na bardzo ważnych, osobistych aspektach funkcjonowania ludzi. Pojawia się więc pytanie, w jaki sposób powinniśmy, czy to milczenie tych kodeksów. Ja analizowałem włoski Codice Deontologico Forense, analizowałem model rules opracowany przez American Bar Association, a oprócz tego kodeks etyki radcy prawnego i kodeks etyki adwokackiej. Jedynie kodeks etyki adwokackiej w ogóle wspominał o konieczności posiadania zabezpieczeń w wypadku używania urządzeń elektronicznych i elektronicznej komunikacji. Jest to jedyny z tych kodeksów, który to dostrzegł. No i pojawia się w tym momencie pytanie, czy to jest wystarczające z naszej perspektywy, no bo skoro mamy obowiązek ogólny strzeżenia naszej tajemnicy, to być może nie trzeba tego doprecyzowywać w wypadku urządzeń elektronicznych, używania wszelkiej maści nowych technologii. Wydaje się, że jednak takie spojrzenie jest pewnym uproszczeniem. Jako adwokaci, radcowie mamy obowiązek zachowania tej należytej staranności. Ten obowiązek należytej staranności rzutuje na 3 sfery naszej odpowiedzialności. Po pierwsze odpowiedzialność dyscyplinarną, po drugie odpowiedzialność cywilnoprawną, która może być bardzo istotna, zwłaszcza w wypadku ujawnienia tajemnicy przedsiębiorstwa, a nawet w wypadku odpowiedzialności karnej, gdzie przecież ocena zamiaru ewentualnego obejmuje również niezachowanie wymaganej ostrożności. W tym kontekście pojawia się więc pytanie, czy wystarczą te ogólne normy, czy jednak nie powinno być pewnych wskazówek, bo prowadząc kancelarię, prowadząc firmy prawnicze, nie jesteśmy w stanie łatwo ocenić, czym jest ta należyta staranność. Czy te zabezpieczenia, które stosujemy, są wystarczające, czy jednak powinniśmy coś zrobić więcej lub czy możemy poprzestać na czymś mniej. To z kolei przekłada się na arbitralność rozstrzygnięć, czy to organów dyscyplinarnych, czy to sądów. Bo nawet trudno sobie wyobrazić, w jaki sposób biegły miałby ocenić, czy ta należyta staranność została zachowana, czy nie. No bo jeżeli nie ma miernika, nie ma tak naprawdę ogólnego standardu, to trudno się takiej oceny podjąć i każdą taką ocenę można w istocie swej podważyć. W tym kontekście warto się zastanowić nad tym, co w ostatnim okresie zrobiła Naczelna Rada Adwokacka, a mianowicie zostały opracowane dobre praktyki w zakresie, żebym nie skłamał co do tytułu, dobre praktyki cyberbezpieczeństwa w działalności kancelarii adwokackich i pracy adwokata. Uśmiecham się tutaj do kolegi, który jest również panelistą, ponieważ on był jednym z autorów tych dobrych praktyk. Nie chcę wnikać w ich meritum, natomiast wytworzenie takich dobrych praktyk wydaje mi się wskazane dla każdego z zawodów prawniczych, czy to w Polsce, czy za granicą. Jaka jest korzyść stworzenia dobrych praktyk, a nie sztywnych norm, sztywnych wymagań? No bo możemy pójść w innym kierunku. Możemy pójść w kierunku ścisłych wymagań. Natomiast te ścisłe wymagania, po pierwsze, zawsze będą trochę za postępem technologicznym, bo zanim zostaną przeprocesowane kolejne, to ten postęp już pójdzie do przodu. To trochę tak jak wyścig technologiczny policji i przestępców. Tam, gdzie policja polepsza swoje możliwości techniczne, tam już przestępcy zazwyczaj są kolejny krok do przodu. I to jest jeden aspekt. Drugi aspekt jest taki, który został dostrzeżony. Skąd znamy dobre praktyki? No, dobre praktyki znamy przede wszystkim z rynku finansowego. I tam zawsze dostrzegano to, że nie dla każdej spółki podlegającej nadzorowi te dobre praktyki mają wyglądać tak samo. Nie każda instytucja nadzorowana przez KNF ma obowiązek stosować się do dobrych praktyk przez KNF opracowanych, ale jeżeli od nich odstępuje, powinna to uzasadnić. I podobny mechanizm powinien panować w działalności adwokackiej. My nie musimy się, czy radcowskiej, my nie musimy się stosować do dobrych praktyk, ale jeżeli się do nich nie stosujemy, to musimy mieć istotny argument, żeby od nich odstąpić, żeby to potem pokazać w sądzie, dlaczego w razie sytuacji utraty danych właśnie nie zastosowaliśmy się do tych praktyk. Musimy się liczyć z tym ryzykiem, ale jeżeli uzasadnienie będzie dostatecznie istotne, to nie będziemy ponosić z tego tytułu odpowiedzialności. Myślę więc, że taka idea stworzenia dobrych praktyk jest istotna dla każdego zawodu prawniczego, dla każdego zawodu zaufania publicznego. Nie możemy nadal przechodzić nad problemem rozwoju technologii, pomijając go, pozostając przy naszych konserwatywnych założeniach. Mamy pilnować tajemnicy zawodowej, ale musimy wiedzieć też, jakie jest to minimum, które musimy zastosować. To nasze samorządy zawodowe muszą wskazywać to minimum, żebyśmy unikali arbitralności organów, które potem będą rozstrzygać nasze sprawy. To jeżeli chodzi o ten aspekt tajemnicy zawodowej. Ja chciałbym jeszcze podkreślić już kończąc, ja akurat czasu trochę zaoszczędzę dla innych panelistów. Ja chciałbym jeszcze zwrócić uwagę na jeden aspekt związany z nowoczesną technologią. Nowoczesna technologia bardzo często jest wykorzystywana przez władze publiczne jako taki wytrych do zabierania nam prywatności. Muszą istnieć bardzo rygorystyczne normy o przeciwdziałaniu praniu pieniędzy, ponieważ przecież można te pieniądze teraz brać przy użyciu kryptowalut, nowoczesnych technologii. Muszą istnieć normy dotyczące raportowania schematów podatkowych, ponieważ teraz transfer pieniędzy i korzyści podatkowych może być dużo łatwiejszy. I w ten sposób, bo wiadomo, w przeciągu jednego dnia pieniądze mogą przejść przez kilka jurysdykcji. Mogą też zmienić charakter z pieniądza bankowego na kryptowalutę, a potem zmienić się w kruszec lub prawa pochodne. Natomiast nie dajmy się oszukać. Postęp technologiczny nie może być wykorzystywany do tego, co Orwell określał wielkim bratem. I z tej perspektywy musimy również dbać, lobbując za rozwiązaniami ustawodawczymi, żeby nie ograniczano wolności naszych klientów i praw naszych klientów w zakresie ochrony tajemnicy zawodowej pod osłoną, czy też używając uzasadnienia, że postęp, rewolucja technologiczna tego wymaga. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję za uwagę. Tyle z mojej strony.
Bardzo dziękuję panu doktorowi za to spojrzenie takie z perspektywy właśnie zawodu adwokata i kontynuujemy ten wątek także tej polskiej perspektywy. Mamy kolejnego panelistę, pan profesor Włodzimierz Dzierżanowski, Uczelnia Łazarskiego i tutaj prawo w cyberświecie, czy jest granica science fiction. Bardzo proszę o wystąpienie.
Dzień dobry Państwu, dziękuję Pani Profesor. O, widzę, że się nawet pojawiła prezentacja, to bardzo będzie mi ułatwiać życie. Dziękuję Panie Doktorze za dodatkowe 2 minuty, bo jak ja patrzę na zegar, to ja mam minus 19 minut swojego czasu. I to nie jest dużo. Proszę Państwa, to jest wystąpienie, które można byłoby skwitować w 3 zdaniach. Jak było, jak jest i jak najprawdopodobniej będzie, z naciskiem na najprawdopodobniej. Jak było, to my mniej więcej wiemy. I ja się po tym wąsku prześlizgnę trochę, bo wszyscy mówią, że jak prezentacja ma więcej niż 5 slajdów, to nie zdąży się je omówić. Moja ma 8. Pierwsze są najmniej ważne. To tylko tytułem pokazania tego, jak zderza nam się rzeczywistość z procesem tworzenia prawa. Prawo nie kreuje rzeczywistości. Prawo na nią odpowiada. Ja nad tym bardzo boleję, bo jako prawnik wolałbym, żeby było inaczej, ale najpierw pojawia nam się problem z prawem autorskim na nośniku elektronicznym, a potem dopiero w przepisach prawa autorskiego ten problem rozwiązujemy. Najpierw nam się pojawia problem z przestępczością, która napędza nowoczesność, a dopiero policja potem szuka odpowiedzi na tą przestępczość. Tak poniekąd było, tak pewnie też jest, jak popatrzymy na równolegle funkcjonujące dzisiaj byty elektronizacji i świata, nazwijmy go analogowego. A mamy jeszcze na poprzednim slajdzie dostęp do informacji publicznej poprzez system ePUAP albo analogowo. Ale mamy już w zamówieniach publicznych zrobiony krok następny, kiedy przepisy tej ustawy mówią, analogowa forma, czyli forma pisemna, znana nam od czasów rzymskich, jest niedopuszczalna. Dopuszczalna jest wyłącznie forma elektroniczna. No to czekamy na krok następny. Skoro mamy już e-receptę, indywidualne konto w ZUS-ie, to jest pytanie, kiedy to się stanie jedyna dopuszczalna formuła uzyskania lekarstwa, zwolnienia lekarskiego, emerytury i tym podobnych zupełnie powszechnych świadczeń. A jeśli to się stanie, to musimy zadać sobie pytanie o wtórny analfabetyzm. Bo każdy z Państwa ma rodziców, dziadków, to w zależności od pokolenia, w którym się akurat lokujemy, którzy komputer traktują jak wroga albo jak rzecz nieistniejącą. I za chwilę nie będą mogli wykupić lekarstwa albo nie będą mogli pójść do lekarza. Takiej rzeczywistości nie wyobrażamy sobie, prawda? A jednocześnie nieuchronnie w tą stronę moim zdaniem zmierzamy. Tak pewnie będzie. No i problemy, które z tego wynikają. Dopóki istniał, na najprostszych przykładach, dopóki istniał zwykły analogowy podpis, to wszyscy przyjmowaliśmy w dobrej wierze, że jak ktoś podpisał się jako John Smith albo Jan Kowalski, to jest John Smith albo Jan Kowalski. A dzisiaj przy podpisie elektronicznym weryfikujemy prawidłowość tego podpisu. Nie wierzymy na słowo. Super, to jest narzędzie, które pozwala nam uwiarygodnić obrót gospodarczy, ale potrafi go też kapitalnie utrudnić, bo mamy co prawda unijne rozporządzenie, które dotyczy wzajemnej uznawalności tych podpisów, ale z krajami z pierwszej ligi gospodarczej, nie z drugiej albo czwartej, czyli na przykład z Japonią. Od 10 lat nie potrafimy wypracować umowy, która doprowadziłaby do wzajemnej uznawalności podpisu elektronicznego. Czyli honorujemy te, przepraszam, japońskie krzaczki, których i tak nikt nie potrafi odczytać i uznajemy w dobrej wierze, że to jest podpis osoby, która była uprawniona do jego złożenia. A poświadczonego przez państwo japońskie podpisu elektronicznego, mimo całego autorytetu państwa, nie honorujemy w Europie, bo tak wygląda prawo. No to gdzieś się zagubiliśmy w tej elektronizacji. To nie jest ten kierunek, w który powinniśmy pójść. No i teraz przejdźmy na moment do świata prawników, proszę Państwa, żeby jednak tą nowoczesność trochę pochwalić. Ja pamiętam swoje początki pracy, kiedy nie było systemów informacji prawnej i kiedy każdy prawnik przyklejał sobie na dzienniku ustaw takie paski, co zostało znowelizowane. Nikt z nas dzisiaj nie zarobiłby na chleb w ten sposób. Świat się zmienił, bez Lexa i Legalisa nie potrafimy sobie bez ujednoliconych wersji, już nie mówię o powszechnej dostępności komentarzy, informacji i tak dalej, funkcjonowania prawnika. Ale mamy też złe doświadczenia, bo jak pamiętamy elektronizację wywołaną epidemią COVID-19 i kształcenie prawników, to ja jako wykładowca wyższej uczelni od wielu, wielu lat nigdy nie oblałem nikogo na egzaminie magisterskim, a w trakcie zdalnej nauki Owszem, zdarzyło mi się i to niejednokrotnie. O czym to świadczy? To świadczy o tym, że ta nauka nie zdała egzaminu. Elektronizacja, świat postępu był działaniem przeciwko wiedzy. Musimy znaleźć rozwiązanie. Jakie? Ja nie wiem. Dzisiaj jesteśmy na etapie diagnozowania problemów raczej niż już szukania rozwiązań. Taki problem nam się pojawił. Kolejny problem, który nam się pojawił i trochę zniknął, to problem elektronicznego sądu, gdzie z pewną normą natury konstytucyjnej musimy się zmierzyć, czy natury traktatowej, bo przecież każdy ma prawo do szybkiego, bezstronnego, sprawiedliwego rozstrzygnięcia swojej sprawy przez sąd. No i teraz pytanie, czy ta elektronizacja sądowa temu służy, czy nie służy. Jak chodzi o szybkość, to na pewno tak. Jak chodzi o łatwość, to być może też, bo jak nie trzeba jechać do sądu w Świdnicy, jak się jest z Suwałk, albo odwrotnie, to jest świetnie. Ale jeśli chodzi o rzetelność dowodu z przesłuchania świadka, to mam pewne wątpliwości. Czy sędzia, który jest kilkaset kilometrów i widzi ekran, a nie świadka, zrozumie tego świadka na pewno tak samo, jakby widział świadka? I czy jest pewien, że za świadkiem z drugiej strony nie stoi podpowiadacz, który mówi mu, co ma powiedzieć? No i kłopot, prawda? Jak to uregulować? No i proszę Państwa, do tych slajdów, które moim zdaniem są najważniejsze, dotarliśmy, czyli jak będzie. Jak będzie w przyszłości niedalekiej, to trochę pani profesor mówiła. Ja muszę tylko powiedzieć, że mam bardziej poważne obawy co do tego, czy my będziemy dominować nad sztuczną inteligencją, czy sztuczna inteligencja nad nami. Jak będzie w najbliższej przyszłości, to wydaje mi się, że wiemy. Bo można sobie odpowiedzieć, że za wypadek samochodu autonomicznego nie odpowiada nikt, ale można sobie też odpowiedzieć, że to jest odpowiedzialność z tytułu ryzyka, tak jak odpowiedzialność z tytułu używania innej rzeczy, prawda? To jest tylko rzecz. Z przestępstwem bankowym jest trochę trudniej. Jak sztuczna inteligencja włamie się do banku, to kto odpowiada? Ten, kto jest w cudzysłowie właścicielem narzędzia, czy ten, kto ją zaprogramował? Czy może ktoś jeszcze? Czy ten, kto dzięki temu osiągnął korzyść i te pieniądze wpłynęły na jego konto? Czy wszyscy razem? Pewnie wszyscy razem tak naprawdę, ale 100% pewności nie mamy. No a jak sztuczna inteligencja zrówna się z nami w inteligencji? Na razie chyba jeszcze nie. Na razie to ona się głównie w sztuce kłamstwa zrównała, bo jak się do czata GPT coś wpisze i on nie umie odpowiedzieć, to nie powie nie umiem, tylko skłamie. Napisze to, co mu wyjdzie. Ale ponieważ umiejętność kłamstwa jest cechą ludzi inteligentnych, to być może sztuczna inteligencja nabyła tej cechy zupełnie nieświadomie. Ale zadając sobie pytania poważniejsze, przecież to, co sztuczna inteligencja tworzy, gdyby stworzył to człowiek, nazwalibyśmy to utworem. Zakładając, że nie jest to plagiat, tylko jest to wystarczająco dobrze przetworzone na nowo, to nazwalibyśmy to utworem. Kto ma prawo autorskie majątkowe do tego? Ktokolwiek? Nikt. Kto ma prawo autorskie osobiste? No pewnie dzisiaj nikt, bo sztuczna inteligencja ciągle nie jest osobą, czyli osobą prawną, ale nie wiemy, czy nie będzie. No, chyba mi się pomyliło, gdzie zmienić. No i proszę Państwa, jeszcze w tej przyszłości najbliższej będąc, zagrożenia, które nam się już pojawiają. Przecież jak płacimy kartą bankomatową, to jest świetny track record tego, gdzie byliśmy, co robiliśmy, czy byliśmy w wesołym przybytku, czy wypiliśmy wódkę, czy zrobiliśmy cokolwiek innego, o czym nie chcielibyśmy, żeby ktokolwiek wiedział. Identyfikuje nas to. Jak jedziemy samochodem, który przejeżdża przez bramki na autostradzie, to wiadomo, gdzie byliśmy. Jak to jest przedsiębiorca, to jak to się ma, ja już nie mówię do wolności osobistej, do wolności prowadzenia działalności gospodarczej z artykułu 20, o ile pamiętam, Konstytucji, prawda? Czy każdy musi wiedzieć, co wiozłem i gdzie jechałem? I tak dalej, i tak dalej. I proszę Państwa, myśmy już popełnili pewien błąd. Myśmy się wszyscy sprzedali wygodzie, oddając znaczącą część naszej wolności. Przecież można nie mieć dzisiaj karty kredytowej, jeszcze na szczęście. Można płacić gotówką. Nikt tego nie robi. Każdy płaci telefonem, blikiem, wszystkim czym można, bo jest wygodniej. I na to się zgodziliśmy. Czy na pewno nie zmierzamy w stronę państwa, które będzie jak wielki brat orwellowski? Nie wiadomo. Być może jednak w tą stronę zmierzamy. Ja nawet jestem pewien, że my w tą stronę zmierzamy, tylko rozsądne państwo do tego się na razie nie przyznaje. A może byłoby uczciwiej się przyznać i zrobić referendum, czy na pewno tak chcemy. Nie, to teraz trochę przesadziłem. Proszę Państwa, no i przechodzimy teraz do prawników. i do świata, gdzie prawnicy powinni udzielić odpowiedzi, bo ja zadałem kilka tych pytań, ale można by było je wydłużyć jeszcze. Jesteśmy o krok dalej niż dzisiaj, a postęp to postęp geometryczny dzisiaj, więc nie za 300 lat, tylko za 30 lat będziemy w tym punkcie, kiedy będziemy musieli sobie na te pytania odpowiedzieć. No pierwsze jest najprostsze. Czy sztuczna inteligencja może zostać biegłym w postępowaniu sądowym? No właściwie jakbyśmy wyszli z definicji biegłego, że biegły to jest ten, kto posiada wiadomości specjalne, no to któż dzisiaj posiada więcej specjalnych wiadomości jak sztuczna inteligencja, która ma terabajty albo jakieś inne słowo na początku większe od tera informacji niż przeciętny człowiek? Nie rozstrzyga, rozstrzyga sędzia, czyli niby dlaczego miałoby to być złe źródło informacji. Czy może zyskać osobowość prawną? No proszę Państwa, pani profesor o tym mówiła trochę. Ja chciałem dać inny przykład. Skoro osobowość prawną może zyskać rzeka, rezerwat przyrody, mamy takie przykłady w prawie anglosaskim na przykład, to dlaczego nie sztuczna inteligencja? Pewnie też może, choć dzisiaj wydaje nam się stosunkowo mało prawdopodobne. A dalej idziemy trochę głębiej już w science fiction. No bo jak na przykład ktoś ma swojego ulubionego robota, a sąsiad mu go zastrzeli z dubeltówki. Kiedyś jak mu zastrzelił psa, to wiadomo było, jak wygląda odpowiedzialność. A dzisiaj za robota, czy w przyszłości za robota, tak jak zniszczenie rzeczy, to by dzisiaj taka odpowiedź pewnie była prawidłowa. Ale jak ten robot będzie miał osobowość prawną, jak sztuczna inteligencja, to już nie wiadomo, prawda? Czy przypadkiem nie wytworzymy czegoś, co w filmach science fiction nazywało się humanoidem. I być może humanoid stanie się w systemie prawnym bliższy traktowaniu człowieka niż traktowaniu rzeczy. Wcale bym się nie zdziwił, ja pewnie tego nie dożyję. Państwo tam w tylnych rzędach dożyjecie, więc zastanówcie się, co z tym zrobicie, bo to jest wasz problem, a nie mój w pewnym sensie. No i jak dalej, to skoro robota nie można zabić, to być może ma prawa takie właśnie jak obywatel. A jak ma takie prawa jak obywatel, to dlaczego nie może zostać prezydentem? A obejrzeliśmy kiedyś taki film science fiction, całkiem niezłym prezydentem był. Wybierając go, ludzkość nie wiedziała, że jest robotem. Ja zmierzam do tego, że być może będziemy robić to świadomie. Czy ślub z nim można wziąć? No, takie kazusy w odległej kulturze japońskiej nam się już pojawiły. No i na koniec, znowu wracając do prawników, proszę Państwa, czy sztuczna inteligencja może zostać którymś z tych zawodów prawniczych, o których mówimy? Dzisiaj jest na pewno tak, jak mówiła pani profesor. Dzisiaj sztuczna inteligencja ma funkcję narzędzia, która wspiera i trzeba umieć z niego korzystać, żeby wspierała dobrze te zawody prawnicze. Ale proszę Państwa, jak pamiętacie Państwo na pewno wszyscy, w podstawach moralności Arthur Schopenhauer napisał, że kobieta nie może być sędzią, bo inaczej funkcjonuje mózg kobiety niż mężczyzny. Dzisiaj w kategoriach poprawności politycznej i takiej zwykłej ludzkiej przyzwoitości nikt tego już nie powie przecież i wiemy też, że tak nie jest. Ale to nie było 1000 lat temu, to było 100 kilkadziesiąt lat temu, kiedy w to głęboko wierzono. Dlaczego niby za następne 100 kilkadziesiąt lat to sztuczna inteligencja nie może zostać adwokatem, prokuratorem albo sędzią? Pytanie, do czego to doprowadzi? No, pewnie zostałby spełniony postulat jednolitego orzecznictwa. Jakby sztuczna inteligencja przestała się mylić, no a za 150 lat może przestanie, to nasz doniosły postulat, żeby w sprawach takich samych uzyskiwać takie same orzeczenia, łatwiej jest uzyskać dzięki sztucznej inteligencji niż tym sędziom, którym się wydaje, że wiedzą lepiej jeden od drugiego i każdy wymyśli rozsądniejszy wyrok. Słyszycie Państwo, że ja tak do końca poważnie to teraz nie mówię, ale postęp w świecie bierze się również z takich futurologicznych rozważań, na które sobie przez chwilę pozwalam. Mam wrażenie, że najdalej jesteśmy dzisiaj od tej odpowiedzi na to ostatnie pytanie, czy sztuczna inteligencja może mieć autorytet. Wydaje mi się, że niestety dzisiaj nie, że jesteśmy na tyle głęboko przekonani do tego, że jesteśmy rasą dominującą na świecie, że autorytet może mieć babcia, dziadek, pan profesor, pani student, wszystko jedno, ale jeszcze nie sztuczna inteligencja. Tym optymistycznym akcentem sekundę po czasie chciałem skończyć. Dziękuję. A to jeszcze powiem Państwu prawnikom tam na końcu. Nie skończyłem. O jeszcze jednym wielkim człowieku. Otóż nie wiem, czy Państwo pamiętacie, jak Fryderyk Wielki, władca Prus, tworzył swój kodeks. I on tworzył ten kodeks, który miał być taki prosty, że za 25 lat, takie było założenie, prawnicy staną się niepotrzebni w państwie pruskim, bo wszyscy już będą umieli czytać i pisać, Fryderyk ich miał nauczyć, a prawo miało być tak łatwe, że prawnik stanie się zbędny. Powiem Państwu, jak się prawnicy obronili. Otóż przez te 25 lat, które im dano, tak skomplikowali wykładnię tego kodeksu, że nie udało się zlikwidować zawodu prawniczego. Może trzeba też tak walczyć ze sztuczną inteligencją. Dziękuję tym razem już naprawdę.
Bardzo dziękuję panu profesorowi. Myślę, że pan profesor zachęcił także tych naszych właśnie studenckich uczestników też do udziału potem w dyskusji i do wypowiedzi, bo myślę, że te wątki, które zostały poruszone w wystąpieniu pana profesora, są także dla państwa ogromnie istotne. Przechodzimy zatem do kolejnego wystąpienia i tutaj chciałabym serdecznie zaprosić pana Przemysława Bachrana. To wystąpienie kolejne będzie dotyczyło cyberzagrożeń jako wyzwania dla rynku usług prawnych i wymiaru sprawiedliwości właśnie w dobie transformacji cyfrowych. Bardzo proszę.
Okay. Let's start. Nice to meet you all. I would like to thank you organizing for inviting me. I'm Przemysław Barchan. I'm tech lawyer for, I would say, almost beginning of my career. Also hold a couple of different positions related to tech, to IT market, and also within the legal sector. I was director of Legal Tech Institute in fact last month, and also ambassador of Legal Tech Association, European Legal Tech Association, and a couple of other. In fact, most of them related to legal tech, to cybersecurity, also to ECT markets. Today I would like to present, let's say, important topic for legal market. Cyber threats as a challenge for legal services market and justice system in the age of digitalization and digital transformation. First of all, we would like to also, in fact, we would need to start from digital transformation because at the very beginning of this conference and also even through this panel, we discussed also AI. AI in our normal day-to-day life and also in business and also in legal sector. But in fact, we should also, as of, let's say, the grounds for cybersecurity side and reasons, we need to also look at it from the very basic level. In fact, we would need to talk about legal tech, about legal sector and even justice system, in fact, from the perspective of very basic user, not more than small or medium business organization, because in fact the awareness of legal sector users, of lawyers, of employees of law firms and in fact legal companies, and also in fact from the justice system and other administration staff and governmental side is in fact not so high as of the side of security issues. In fact, Poland, in the newest rankings, Poland is, as of the GovTech, is the safest country in the world, as of our new cybersecurity military unit and also NASC Institute and other also authorities, but this is just standings. It changes through the years. You would need to see from the perspective of cybersecurity on the level of basic users, because cyber threats are mainly directed to users, which in fact help and, let's say, participate in cybersecurity incidents. Taking into account digital transformation, we should know that there is technology, there is also communication, and as it's in slides, we also talked about data. We didn't tell anything about the Internet of Things, which in fact it's surrounding us in our daily life and also in our law firms, in our companies. We also need to say about automatization. We talked about AI and also networking, in fact, of rather ECT network. All of these fields of digital transformation of organization and legal sector and also of justice system, so mainly courts, they are potential places, potential grounds in which cybersecurity is in fact matters, because we can even say about automatization of invoicing, automatization of generating documents, which in fact doesn't need AI if it's working on data sets with some rules. In fact, most, I would say, maybe not now, but last year, probably most of legal tech products mainly used automatization, basic automatization. I'm not mentioning, let's say, those tools that are basing on GPT chat. And also we need to think about Internet of Things that, in fact, our phones, our equipment in law firms, even smart printer who is, let's say, connected to the network of a law firm or a court can be potential damage to, in fact, damage and liability of lawyer, of maybe not courts, because in fact no one from the public sector would be responsible for us of the grounds of potential liability, but in fact the state, the country, would be liable to people that that the data was breached. I can skip further. Talking about cybersecurity threats, we need to just very fast tell about main actors. And as you can see, there is the main actor, in fact, currently are state-sponsored actors. In fact, just very interesting information, a lot of attacks, cyber attacks on law firms worldwide, in America, in Australia, even on International Criminal Court. They were made within the last 2 years by state-sponsored. As of those cases that were documented and investigated, a lot of them were sponsored, actors were sponsored by Russia, with the reasons that we probably all know. Also, we can mention about cybercrime actors, which is just normal criminal groups that it's a way of they doing their, let's say, crime business. There is also hackers for higher actors, which in fact the only business is to provide their services to anyone, any client that would like to attack other services, and which is also very interesting. For example, this Logbit that we also have, some of these members of this group were arrested last week in a couple of different countries, even one person in Poland. Their way of business is to provide ransomware as a service, so they created a platform in which, by subscription payment, anyone can use their services to attack any chosen organization, also law firms. And also hacktivists, but rather this group have totally different reasons of activities. It was Anonymous or Cyber Partisans from Belarus. Such groups, there are a lot of such groups. As of main threats by ENISA, European Cybersecurity Organization, in fact, we have very high list and long list of different cyber threats. But the main one, ransomware, malware, social engineering, like phishing, as probably most of you heard. We have threats against availability. We have also disinformation, misinformation, so using deepfakes. Very good example was from, as I remember, from February. One of the company was, in fact, financially hijacked in Asia when one of the employees that were on a meeting, online meeting with financial director of the head office from UK, he just got ordered, or he was ordered to make payments for invoices. There were a couple of different people on this meeting, and in fact, cyber criminals just used deepfakes, so created appearance, used voice of real person, and lead to this, let's say, damages to the companies for something about 30 millions of euro or pounds. I don't remember. Need to speed up. But here we have also some stats for 2022. As of insurance and legal sector worldwide, 957 cases of attacks weekly on standard general, let's say, organization. Here we have, let's say, private statistic by Checkpoint provider, but they, let's say, listed on the level of 740, so 23% less attacks on legal sector and insurance sector. But I would say that it's just statistics. We can for sure assume that year by year number of attacks in fact is growing. Here we can even see on the slide information what was the average attack per organization weekly worldwide. So in 2023 it was 1,260 attacks, and in Poland it was circa about 1,130 cases, and every year in fact it's more and more. As of phishing, maybe we'll not go through different examples, but for sure we need to know that mainly they are used, mainly they are sent by emails, but not always. Let's say for the last year, a lot of phishing attacks were done with messaging apps. Number one is WhatsApp. Probably you've heard about different actions, but yes, even 90%. And also QR codes. In between 2022-2023, there was even a couple of different, let's say, such events, and in fact, cybersecurity incidents in Poland, where QR codes were used for, in fact, scamming and phishing with the financial rather attack than data. One of the most, let's say, very important threats, and the biggest, in fact, threat, it's ransomware, which was on the very beginning of the presentation. For sure, you need to know that we have a couple of different ransomware types. At the beginning, ransomware were based only for, let's say, encrypting data and, let's say, not even asking them, but expecting to be paid ransom for encryption, decryption mechanism. But now we have, in fact, two level up of ransomware attacks, because they not only they not only encrypt the data, but also copy it. So you pay double, because at first you pay for decryption code, password, and secondly you pay for the data not to be leaked by the attacker. And there is also third ransom in a lot of different cases, in which they even contact entity, people that the data is related to, also to ask them for additional payments for, let's say, saving the data or even deleting it from the network. Here we have also some information about cyber attacks in law firms. As you can see, the data, let's say, and the cases, incidents just started to speed up. We also need to know that most of the incidents are not even published, so it's just small amount of such. You can easily see the numbers of people affected. You can see that it's year by year, and attacks are in fact related to one of the biggest law firms in the world. We have even statistics from the Law Society in UK, in which in 2022 they informed that about 75% of 100 biggest UK-based law firms experienced such attacks, and also they provided us with information that even some maybe prospect in the middle of 2023 that 65% of all law firms were deemed to be the subject of cyber attacks. And in fact, those cases are even well known, and in particular in America, law firms started to signing settlements and paying a lot of damages to clients. Further, we also can say about cybersecurity incidents in courts. At first, we can even see February 2023 Polish Supreme Administration Court and distributed denial of service attack on a website, which in fact excluded the possibility of using the website. Also, September 2023 International Criminal Court, and further, most cases are related to American courts, in which, for example, in Kansas, a whole court system, something about 100 courts, couldn't use court systems for something like 3 months. I think that in February only they restarted the whole system. In Australia, attackers in fact copied data from hearings and also cases data of clients of entities that participated in legal proceedings in the last couple of years. Also some additional stats, but we'll maybe skip it just from Polish market in 2022. Just short information, some updates you will find in the newest version of report of Legal Tech Forum from back. It will be in April. Also, very known case in May 2023, one of the biggest leaks in Poland on Polish market. We will not dive into, let's say, the detailed information, but just to show that 6 million records were stolen from the users, and of which National Bar Council analyzed there was something around 1,000 of records related to Polish users, of which we notified 4 advocates that their credentials were stolen. And maybe some basics, best practices. It just using encryption. It's just knowing that we are using legal software, also encrypting mobile devices, also using strong passwords with multi-factor authenticating system. I'm sorry to speed up because I'm also on time. And one of the most important things, and in fact topic for future, for the whole legal market worldwide and also for justice system, in fact, identification and authorization of clients, in fact, and also participants of the system, of the online system that will be used by courts. As you can see, multi-factor authentication, it's in fact using different levels of authorization and uses information that lets the system to accept the access to the user. So something you know, something you have, and something you are. Just bar association's approach, mainly common law system. And Canada, so Law Society of Ontario, Law Society of Scotland, and UK Law Society, those bar associations have some approach, but mainly related to identification of clients on the grounds of AML procedures, so anti-money laundering and counterfeit. And also at the end, I would like to just show you just a couple of examples that how possible identification and verification of clients and access of users could be done, as well as by law firms and also by courts. So ID verifications with the use of tools, as for example in Canada, they recommend law firms to use specialized tools, in fact listed on the official list of the Bar Association, and also using of CAS. We also heard from the professor that we have problems with accepting of CAS, so electronic signatures between different legal systems. In fact, it will be a problem. At least in European Union, we will have in next couple of years a European identity wallet, which in fact, good example, and just for a finish, I would recommend you to check courts in Estonia. In fact, most of the EU citizens can log in, as of Polish citizens, we can log into their court system with just of the use of trusted profile. Okay, thank you. And sorry for too long. In fact.
Thank you very much for very interesting presentation, and in contemporary world we can't feel very safely because of cyber threats, but thank you for recommendation also for us. And the last one presentation, it is presentation I hope don't have technical problems. Mrs. Yang, head of legal Fujitsu Korea Limited, and the subject of the presentation is challenges for Korean lawyers in digital transformation.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we hear.
Okay, thank you. So today my topic is challenges for Korean lawyers in digital transformation. My name is Soo Young. I'm from South Korea. So I want to talk about three things. So first is what Korean lawyers are facing right now. That's two things, rapid growth in attorney numbers. And second thing is the platform business starts. And Korean lawyers had a raw talk scandal, so I will explain this part. Second thing is the lesson learned from this scandal. And I will explain three three things from this lesson learned. And I will also add what Korean lawyers are still not good at. I think I should introduce myself. I worked from 2014. Now I'm working in IT company Fujitsu Korea as a head of legal. So I will explain what Korean lawyers are facing. So rapid growth in attorney number recently 10 years. Governmental policy changed from 2012. So before 2010, around only 1,000 new lawyers annually coming out to the market. But from 2010, governmental introduced new law school system. So from 2013, around 1,500 new lawyers are annually coming to the market. And with this sudden expansion of the number of lawyers, Korean lawyers are experiencing unlimited competition like never before. However, legal market is not growing in size. I will show you one thing. So this graph is showing the number of lawyers increasing very fast. But this is the number of litigation case which is submitted to the court. It's not growing, it's still the same. So even with the current, even these days, the number is almost the same. Second thing Korean lawyers facing, platform businesses starts to enter the legal market. Traditionally, lawyer advertising in South Korea has been restricted. Korean Bar Act prohibits anyone from referring case and receiving a share of a profit from the case. So, well, easy to say if I suggest to my friends with saying that I will share the profit with you, so please introduce potential client. If I say so, it's the violation of law. So because of this, aggressive advertising with the price was very rare. But explosion of a platform business in the 2010s until now brought the platform business to the legal market. LawTalk was one of the biggest one, and potential clients were able to compare experience, background, and price easily. I will show you how it looks like. So LawTalk as a website is something like a Google. So you can type the keyword inside, and then it's just showing the lawyer list which has that keyword. So for example, if I type the traffic accident, and it shows the list, and if I click it, it shows how much is it. So in this site, it just shows only $15 per 15 minutes phone consulting. Well, this was very sensational at the time because it's for clients, it's very easy to approach a lawyer, and even for the lawyers, it was very easy to approach to the client. So more and more lawyers advertise on LawTalk. But because of this, fears often grow throughout the legal professions. And this consensus made the Bar Association to seek legal action. So Bar Association at the time decided to file a complaint to the police and also file a complaint to the Korea Fair Trade Committee with saying that LawTalk is doing false and exaggerated advertisement. Moreover, Bar Association has also decided to give a penalty to the lawyers who have joined LawTalk. Although some have argued that association's action have gone too far. However, all governmental authorities have concluded that LawTalk has not broken any laws. So this LawTalk scandal made the Korean lawyers realize that lawyers are not longer a privileged class anymore. And lawyers start to accept that unlimited competition is open. And new ideas are emerging to survive in this legal market. So I categorize 3 good examples. The first thing is the automation of the simple legal work. This lowers the price dramatically. And second thing is the emergence of a network firm. So network firm means that a franchise firm which has a weak relationship than law firm and have all together they are advertising all together. And third thing is the using a variety of media, something like YouTube. So automation of a simple legal work. Automation of writing application for payment order is a good example. So payment order means in Korea, court can order payments without a trial if the creditor's claim is reasonable. A monetary debt with clear evidence can receive an order within a month. And this payment order is the same as a court decision. So for this reason, application for a payment order is very standardized and structured. And a few law firms started to automate this process and charge only 10% of average market price. So I will show you one good example. Well, these days, if someone asks a payment order, sometimes I give this link. So in this site, what you have to do is the input the date of loan and amount of loan and loan rate and date of return, then it's automatically produced the whole finalized application. I don't have to make a phone call to the lawyer. I don't have to visit the law office. So this is one of the very good example of automation. Emergence of network phones. This is the second good example. So in Korea, this is really in fashion. Not the law firm, but many law office, they all together making a network firm, and then they are marketing all together. So if I click their site, it's showing the lots of office in the all big cities, and then they run the marketing all together like a franchise restaurant. The third good example for surviving is the using a variety of media. The best example is YouTube. I want to introduce this lawyer. He has 1.78 million subscribers, so he is a super celebrity in Korea, and he's specialized in traffic accidents. So in his website, he's uploading the black box video. So he analyzed black box shared by subscribers, and he's explaining the percentage of effort. So for example, if the video shows the crushing of 2 cars, he's explaining that 10% of effort for this car and another 90% of effort for that car. So that's how he's become a big celebrity. So I want to add what Korean lawyers are still not good at. Maybe that is the reasons Korean lawyers are struggling in this digital transformation era. Lawyers in Korea very slow to change. So people who study law and become lawyers in Korea tend to be a little bit conservative and insensitive to changes in the world. For example, while the world is buzzing about AI, there is still no consensus within the Bar Association on how to respond to the thing that we bring. But today, I just checked from the Bar Association newsletter. The Bar Association decided to set up the committee for AI. So this much is slow. But not all Korean lawyers are slow. Many young lawyers already get used to use AI translation. So AI translation has reduced a burden of work of the Korean lawyers who are struggling to use English in their work. Believe it or not, Korean lawyers feel threatened by too many lawyers, but not so much by AI yet. That's what I feel from my old lawyer friends. It's because this seems to be a vague belief that AI has its limits. I've found one interesting article from Lawyers newspaper. One lawyer explains that AI may be able to make judgments about legal points, but it will not be easy for AI to replace lawyers because there is no clear rules or principles for judging the facts. So we need to see whether the expansion of AI technology will be a threat or an opportunity for lawyers. We don't know yet. But in Korea, websites that are currently providing court case search have been released the new service with AI search. But all my friends also mentioned that we cannot feel the big difference yet. And since last year, a few startup companies mentioned that they will offer legal service using the AI. But I don't think they have made the meaningful sales yet because they started their business from last year. So it's still very early stage for AI to be integrated into legal service in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation based on Korean lawyers' experiences. And I have to ask organizer if we have a few minutes for discussion, or what do you think? Okay, so we have 5 minutes for discussion, and I invite you to make your own statement, but very short, and ask questions to our speakers. Yes, please.
Yes, I was intrigued by the science fiction scenario about what happens if you injure a robot. But of course, a robot is a thing and it's your property. But it did set me thinking that the discussion we've been having all morning is really not about a legal discussion at all. It's a theological and philosophical one. And I well remember that there is a provision in the digest which means you shouldn't be, which says that, you know, you cannot be cruel to your slaves. But then the explanation is because it's not right for a man to abuse his property. So it seems to me that the question for the future, when I say, you know, it's human beings you should be blaming and everything else is tools and everything else is things, that's because I come from a particular philosophical and theological viewpoint. So looking to the future, it's not the law or the technology we're waiting to change. It's, if it's going to change at all, it's our philosophy and our theology. What do you think?
To bardzo dobre pytanie jest, tylko porównanie sytuacji pomiędzy obywatelem a niewolnikiem, a człowiekiem i robotem będzie trafne tylko wtedy, czy możliwe tylko wtedy, kiedy znajdziemy wspólny punkt odniesienia. I tak jak pan trafnie zauważył, warstwa teologiczna czy religijna była podstawą tego myślenia, które jednak na koniec doprowadziło nas do tego, że pozycja niewolnika i pozycja obywatela zostały zrównane. Ja myślę, że razem z nową technologią urodzi nam się też nowa religia. I nie można wykluczyć, że ta nowa religia będzie podstawą do uznania, że robot, humanoid i człowiek powinny być traktowane tak samo nie tylko w sferze prawnej, ale też w sferze filozoficznej, moralnej i każdej innej.
Thank you. More questions?
Yeah, I just have a very short observation. You know, the unintended consequences of use of technology in legal system. So certain cities in India have started using, cameras for traffic offenses. And here they take a snap and send it to the offender. So at residence address, the wife received a photograph of a pillion rider not wearing a helmet. And the husband was riding with his girlfriend. And the time is also recorded. So that challan came to the house and it led to a matrimonial dispute. So there can be several consequences of use of technology in court and dispute resolution process. And it's an actual case. Thank you.
We are very late, sorry. No, just, I think very often I hear people saying, well, let's wait when we are sure that robots, artificial intelligence are conscious, we give them rights. In my opinion, we will never reach an agreement. There will be people thinking that they are conscious, other people will think, no, they are not, because we had this debate about many other things. I remember Cartesius, he said the car, he said that animals don't feel anything, they're just machine, you can beat them, they don't suffer, and other people didn't agree with this. It depends on the ontology from which we start. Are we dualist, are we materialist, idealist? I remember that also Leibniz was a very interesting case because he was into Chinese philosophy and he said everything is already conscious, even a chair, but it's a different degree of consciousness. So basically, he was also the builder of the first computer. Basically, there will be people saying, even now, they're already saying, but machines are already conscious, maybe at the level of an insect. So in the future, there could be, I think that we will not find an agreement because this will require an act of faith in different ontological ideas. Thank you very much.
I think, Ricardo, that the issue raised by you is very universal, but that we can deeper discuss it in next panels.
So, I don't know, not that the last question or not.
30 seconds for you.
Chciałabym bardzo podziękować profesorowi Dzierżanowskiemu za stanowisko, które jest bardzo stymulujące dla środowiska prawniczego. Alarmujące są dla mnie stanowiska, które... Spieszę się, żeby zdążyć. Alarmujące są dla mnie stanowiska, którym zakończyła pani profesor swoją wypowiedź, czyli mówienie, że sztuczna inteligencja nie stanowi aż tak dużego zagrożenia dla zawodów prawniczych, bo nie ma intelektu, kiedy tak naprawdę sztuczna inteligencja to jest definicja intelektu. No bo czym jest intelekt? Jest to interlego z łaciny, czyli tak naprawdę zdolność do poznawania i do wykorzystywania wiedzy. I chciałam, żeby na tym panelu wybrzmiało, że sztuczna inteligencja to jest ogromna szansa, ale też ogromne zagrożenie i żebyśmy nie traktowali jej jako narzędzie do pomocy, tak jak Excel, tylko mówimy o czymś znacznie większym.
Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim uczestnikom tego panelu, także wszystkim słuchaczom. Dziękuję bardzo i teraz mamy jeszcze właśnie organizatorzy chcieli Państwu pewne informacje przekazać. Dziękuję.
Jedna kwestia organizacyjna, prośba do Państwa, aby tutaj za 5:03 być już na sali, żebyśmy mogli rozpocząć panel punktualnie o 3:00 po obiedzie, bo teraz mamy przerwę obiadową z racji tego, że jest to panel w całości online. Także musimy zacząć tutaj o czasie. Dziękuję bardzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jarosław Kostrubiec and I have the honor of being the chair of this panel, panel number 3. And we have 6 papers in this panel, so each speaker has 15 minutes to present the paper, so that the timing is very important that we still have time left for a discussion. As all the speakers are online, each speaker will get an information that there are 2 minutes left. The first speaker is Mr. Mario Siragusa, Senior Counsel at the Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton LLP from Italy. And we have a really interesting, but at the same time, I would say quite a controversial topic: Digital Markets Act regulation and antitrust enforcement. Mario Siragusa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for your kind invitation to this very interesting Congress. I will concentrate on the DMA, the Digital Market Act, which, by the way, is entering into effect, in fact, tomorrow, the time which has been given to the gatekeepers to comply with the DMA is expiring, so we are at a critical point in the implementation of the DMA. As you know, the DMA is the result of a debate which has taken place in the last few years concerning the limits of the antitrust rules, which are deemed not to be able to comply to deal with the developments in the digital markets and the large platforms which exist in the digital markets. You know that Article 102, the article on abuse of dominant position, has been used by the Commission in its application against the major platforms, but is deemed to be limited because, of course, it applies only to companies which are in dominant position. You have to prove that there is an anti-competitive effect. It requires a case-by-case investigation, and of course applies only ex post. So on June 2020, the Commission made two very important proposals, the proposals on the Digital Service Act, which indeed has been approved and is now in force, and a so-called new competition tool, which was a very ambitious program to strengthen the powers of the Commission, the antitrust powers of the Commission, in particular by granting to the Commission the power to, when making market investigations, also to issue changes in the market structure and impose conditions to all the operators in those sectorial markets. Powers akin to the powers which CMA in the UK has. It was a very politically ambitious program which did not have the necessary political support, and that's why then the Commission approved the DMA, the Digital Market Act, which is a totally different approach. It's more a regulatory approach, an approach which substitutes to the notion of dominant position, the notion of gatekeeper, which is based only on certain quantitative thresholds which have to be met, and which identifies a number of conditions, a number of conducts which are prohibited per se, without any investigation, without any justification, any possibility of justification, without having to prove anti-competitive effects. I leave aside the question as to whether or not the so-called limits of the antitrust rules are effective, or whether it depends more into a question of enforcement by the various national authorities and the Commission authorities of the competition rules. But I leave that aside. And I will make a few comments on the impact of the DMA in the digital markets and what is going to happen to antitrust enforcement after the adoption of the DMA. So first of all, as to the impact of the DMA. As you know, the DMA allows, first of all, platforms, I'm talking about Amazon, Google, Apple, Facebook, and so forth. All those platforms are allowed to remain vertically integrated and to operate across multiple markets in the entire ecosystems, provided that there is competition within the platform, the single platform, so intra-platform competition, and fairness in dealing with users. Of course, it's true that improving fairness with users, you all indirectly improve competition between the various platforms, but there are very few provisions in the DMA which really go to the inter-platform competition. Most of the provisions are in intra-platform competition. We will see that in detail in a moment. Most of the obligations which are imposed by the DMA, which are per se prohibitions, as I said, are based on case law, which derives from the previous application by the Commission of Article 102 of the competition rules. For instance, the prohibition on combining personal data, we know that the platforms have access to huge number of data according also to the various services that they provide, and the DMA makes it, prohibits the combination of all those personal data without the consent of the end user. And this is based, of course, on the famous Facebook case, which was adopted by the decision of the Bundeskartellamt in Germany, and by a parallel decision made by the Italian Antitrust Authority. Then there are these so-called anti-steering provisions. Those are provisions which prevent gatekeepers from restricting app developers using other distribution channels and using app stores different than the app store of the gatekeeper itself. And this is clearly based on the ongoing investigation involving Apple and Spotify, which resulted in the adoption of this decision a few days ago, with which the Commission imposed a huge fine on Apple. Then there is an obligation imposing gatekeepers, prohibiting gatekeepers from imposing their ID system, their web browsers, or their payment service. Again, this is based on pending investigation involving Facebook and Apple. There is the provision which is aimed at facilitating for the end user the disinstallation of the pre-installed apps. And this is based on the Android case, a decision of the Commission which is now under review by the court. The equal treatment in ranking, this is a very important principle, which again is based on the Google shopping case. The interoperability provisions, which is based on the Microsoft case. So as you will see, most, if not all, of the provisions of the DMA are nothing else than the restatement of a rule which was established by applying the competition rules, and in particular Article 1 and 2. The only provisions which relate, as I said, to the inter-platform competition is Article 6.11 of the DMA, which obliges the search engines to share data to competing search engines on frank terms. This is the only provision which really is directly aimed at promoting inter-platform competition. There is also another provision, Article 7, which talks about interoperability between number-independent interpersonal communication services, which also, of course, makes it easier to switch from one platform to the other. This is basically the approach which has been followed with the DMA. Now, of course, as I said, since most of those provisions are based on decisions which are already made on the basis of Article 102, companies which are in a dominant position in Europe tended already to follow those rules, because of course, having been in dominant position and having this particular practice being already been the subject of a decision by the Commission imposing huge fines, it's clear that in general the companies try to obey to those principles, and we as lawyers, of course, would suggest to all the companies to implement those principles which have been the basis of case law, which have been decided by the Commission and affirmed by the Court. So what is the impact of the DMA? Basically, the major impact is going to be on closed systems, like Apple iOS system, which, as you know, is a closed system, which in order to adapt to the DMA has to undergo many substantial changes. Otherwise, for the rest, it will have an impact on the digital platforms which are not dominant within the meaning of Article 102, but which are deemed to be gatekeepers under the DMA regulation, because of course those companies will be subject to those rules, while under Article 102 they might be able to escape those rules. The provisions on data sharing are subject to FRAND rules, fair and non-discriminatory provisions. Of course, as you know, this is an option which is very much debated, and I suppose it will give rise to quite a lot of litigation in its implementation. What's going to happen to the antitrust world after the DMA has been adopted, and what is going to be its impact on the digital markets? Well, the DMA talks about complementarity between the DMA and the competition rules. It's true that there is complementarity, but it's also true that there's going to be some overlap. And this is recognized by the DMA because recital 91 of the DMA specifically says that there may be cases, and I'm quoting from the DMA recital, where it cannot be determined from the outset whether a gatekeeper behavior is capable of infringing the DMA, the competition rules, or both. So it's clear that there is going to be some overlap between the regulation, DMA, and the competition rules, Article 102, or also national competition rules. Because another important phenomenon which has happened following the implementation of the DMA has been the reaction of some of the member states. Many of the member states of our union have reinforced their competition rules. First of all, Germany has made some very important reforms to the Act Against Restraints of Competition, Section 19A, introducing this notion of companies being of paramount significance for competition across markets, which are subject to some of the similar prohibitions of the one contained in the DMA. And on top of that, the German legislature has approved an amendment, the 11th amendment to the Act Against Restraint of Competition, granting to the FCO, to the Federal Cartel Office, the powers to make those sector market inquiry and to impose behavioral or structural remedies which was precisely, as you will remember I said in my introduction, was precisely the proposal that the Commission was making at the outset in the new instrument proposal, which was the new competition tool proposal, which was never approved. So now Germany has a much more powerful antitrust law, which contains specific provisions aimed at the digital market. But Germany is not the only member state which has done that. Many other member states are doing the same. For instance, Italy has also approved, has given much more powerful tools to the Italian antitrust authority, introducing a rebuttable presumption of economic dependency when dealing with a digital platform that plays a key role in reaching end users and or suppliers, and then has listed a number of abuse of these economic dependence, again very similar to the list of prohibitions contained in the DMA. So, because of this overlap between facts which can be subject both to the DMA, to Article 102, or to the national rules, there is going to be often problems of bis in idem, because you may have the same facts which are going to be subject to a number of different rules, regulation according to the DMA, or antitrust proceeding according to Article 102, or, as I said, the national competition rules. And therefore, one of the main purpose of the adoption of the DMA, which was to avoid the regulatory fragmentation of digital markets in Europe, certainly that purpose has been achieved with respect to the regulation, because certainly the DMA is the only regulation which is going to be applicable to those gatekeepers at the European level. But this has created this differentiation in powers between various member states, the possibility of those member states to carry parallel investigations, and this I think will also maybe not completely eliminate the risk of fragmentation in the enforcement in the various member states and across Europe. So my very brief conclusion is the following. First of all, the DMA applies only, this is an important factor, when a platform is deemed to be a gatekeeper. It not only is deemed to be a gatekeeper based on this quantity threshold which are indicated in the DMA regulation, but also with respect to specific so-called core platform services that they offer. So the Commission is going to indicate exactly what are the activities of the platform which is going to be subject to the DMA. And only those activities are going to be obliged to comply with the rules of the DMA. So, as you see, the scope is in a sense fairly limited, only if you are deemed to be a gatekeeper and only with respect to the services which are being indicated in the Commission finding of the company as a gatekeeper. Of course, those companies are huge companies that have a number of other services which are not going to be subject to the DMA and which will be continue to be subject, of course, to the application of the competition rules. More generally, of course, competition rules have the flexibility of adapting to market developments. So I am fairly confident that antitrust will continue to apply in the digital field, will play a very important role, not only with respect to the gatekeepers as such and the services which have been introduced, which have been indicated by the Commission finding, but also in respect of the other activities and all the companies which will not necessarily will be deemed to be gatekeepers, but which may fall under the applicability of the competition rules. Major regulation will play a very important role in the digital markets for various reasons. As you know, in Europe we have had a very important discussion as to the so-called killer acquisitions by dominant company which buy small companies which do not meet the thresholds for merger control, so those acquisitions in principle escape any control by antitrust authorities because the startup company do not have turnover, and therefore they are under the threshold of applicability of merger control rules. The Commission has reacted to that, reinterpreted Article 22 of the merger regulation, which gives, in its interpretation, gives the powers of member states to refer to the Commission cases which are even below the national thresholds. This interpretation of the Commission measure regulation is under review by the Court of Justice in the famous Illumina case, so we'll see what the court is going to decide, whether the Commission interpretation is correct or not. But nevertheless, whatever is going to be the decision of the ECJ on this matter, member states have also reacted to that by implementing rules and new legislation, which again gives to the local antitrust authorities the power to apply measure control also to measures which are below the national thresholds, by obliging the companies to notify those transactions, even if they were not under an obligation to be notified according to the national measure control rules. So again, member states have reinforced their antitrust rules, and they are going to apply those in the digital market even after the adoption of the DMA. The DMA, among other things, provides in Article 14 that the gatekeepers are obliged to inform the Commission of any intended concentration within the digital markets. So again, they are going to be, everything is going to be transparent. Those companies have to inform the Commission that they intend to make a further acquisition in the digital sphere, and then the Commission can decide whether to control that merger under new rules or whether to refer it to the national authorities. So I am sure that competition law will continue to have a very important role, and so we will have, in a sense, two different sets of principles and regulation. We will have the DMA, which has this regulatory approach of control ex ante and per se prohibition, but this, of course, will not exclude a parallel and application of the competition rules, which will have the ability to adapt to market developments, which, as you know, in the digital market are going to be very quickly, very rapidly, and very often will take place. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siragusa. It was really difficult to interrupt because of the typing, because you have so beautiful, I would say, Italian melody of your language. So thank you so much, and of course we'll have the time to discuss really interesting issues which were touched in your great paper. So thank you so much, and we are staying in an Italian perspective, but we are changing the branch of law. And the next speaker is Francesco Spina, who is going to give us a paper about the digitalization of criminal proceedings, access to justice, the right to a fair trial, the Italian experience. I would also like to mention that Mr. Spina is a member of the Fédération des Bureaux d'Europe, New Technology Committee, and Secretary General of the Consiglio dell'Ordine degli Avvocati di Lucca, and member of the Observatory of the Unione delle Camere Penali Italiane. So, law, science, and artificial intelligence. Mr. Spina, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really sorry that I could not make it in person. I have been to Poland a few times. It's a lovely country, and every time I have the chance to come back, I love it, but this time was really not possible. So, dziękuję for your invitation. And
Prego.
It'll soon be a chance to meet in person. Thank you to the European Association of Lawyers. Thank you to Maria. Also, I have to mention Monique Stengel, if she's there. It really is a pleasure. There's no way of denying it. My topic is completely different because not only am I going to talk about a completely different branch of the judicial system of law, but I have a different perspective as I'll try to give you the sense of the experience that we've had in Italy when it came to digital transition in the judicial and especially digital transition in the criminal trials. So let me share the screen if I'm enabled. Second. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah.
Not yet.
So.
It's perfect.
You already gave all the info, so there's no need to stay on myself. Everyone has all the details needed to evaluate any biases I might have on the topics that I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to start from the present situation, and then I'm going to take a step back. So the present situation is that we have different platforms for each kind of trial, basically. So we have a platform for the digital civil trial. We have another platform for instance, the digital administrative trial. And we have, yet again, another platform for the digital criminal trial. And if it sounds complicated and disorienting, yes, it is also for us lawyers, because each one of these platforms works in quite a different way, actually. They all have in common that they are sort of repository for files, documents, acts, but they work in a completely different way. For instance, the platform for the administrative trial basically works on a web platform operated by the Ministry of Justice, whether the civil trial works on a platform also operated, of course, by the Ministry of Justice, but that uses heavily certified email. And in the digital criminal trial, it works in another way. So I'm not going into the specifics of that. I just wanted to give you the idea that the situation is very, very fragmented. So much so that it's normal for instance, for a lawyer that mainly works in the criminal field, like myself. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I have just a vague idea of how the platform for the digital civil trial works, or the platform for the digital administrative trials. So, how did we get there? As I told you, I'm going to take a step back, because the whole story of the digital transition in Italy starts in 2005, when the Code of Digital Administration was passed. But then we had to wait 6 years to get some sort of regulation about the technical rules for the adoption in civil and criminal proceedings of information and communication technologies. But don't get fooled. We had basically no digital transition whatsoever, at least until after 2012, because that was the pivotal moment where, at least for the civil trial, it all began. I'm saying at least for the civil trial, because this is a weird decree, because in theory that decree took into consideration, contained provisions valid for all kinds of trial, but it specifically mentioned only civil and administrative trial. So nothing was said about civil trial. And everyone was assuming back then that we would have had some provisions, specific provisions on criminal trial quite soon. But that was not the case. So the digital civil trial began, then after that the digital administrative trial, and we had no further notice on the digital criminal trial. So in between 2012 and 2019, a strange situation started to build up, because lawyers were getting used to use certified email. You know, something certified, I haven't mentioned this, certified email, for those who don't know it. It's something that started in Italy, now Europe is adopting it as well. We call it PEC, Posta Elettronica Certificata, Certified Electronic Mail. So lawyers were getting used to send documents via certified email and digitally sign them. That was the way that things were done in the digital, and are still done up to today in the digital civil trial. But courts were struggling to update their infrastructure, mainly for the lack of resources. Just to give you an idea, a small bar like the Lucca Bar Association was paying more than 30,000 euros per year for the scanners and the operations needed to digitalize the documents for the digital civil trial. So imagine if, if courts were struggling for something that was regulated as the digital civil trial. You can imagine that they did basically nothing for the digital criminal trial, because there was, as I mentioned, no specific provision about the digital transition for criminal trial. But there was no contrary law either. So what started to happen was that local agreements between courts, bar association, and criminal chambers were signed. Criminal chamber is a private association that gathers the criminal lawyers in Italy. It's around 8,000 lawyers in the country. And in these agreements, what was stated was that we could send to the courts some documents like the list with the names of the witnesses, stuff like that. So just a very limited amount of documents. So we actually the lawyers who were trying to push towards digital transition up to that point. Of course, doubts on the validity of those agreements started to be risen because even the Court of Cassation had stated some sentences saying that it was not allowed to be done, the things that were not allowed to be done in that way. So the situation was very uncertain. There was a push from the lawyers to advance the digital transition, but it was a very confused situation. Then we all know what happened in 2020. World was hit by the pandemic, and everything basically stopped. I remember in the night between the 8th and 9th of March 2020, the Prime Minister announcing that everything was shutting down in the whole country, but nothing was said about courts, nothing was said about trials, nothing was said about judicial activities. So, as lawyers, we were all wondering, how can we defend the rights of our clients? And I'm not referring to the freedom, the liberty, the freedom of going around. That's not what I'm talking about. But courts were closed. We were not allowed to go outside except for specific and urgent reasons. So we could not go to court, at least not in the first time. And we remained uncertain for more than a week, until the 17th of March, when a new decree was passed, stating that all terms and activities were declared suspended for about 2 months, with the exceptions of some urgent matters, urgent criminal matters, for instance, arrests. But I can assure you that not many arrests were made in that period, just very, very serious cases. Up to this point, there was no provision about digital transition in the criminal trial. Okay, so that was almost exactly 4 years ago. Then in May, someone must have remembered that there was a pilot project, if you will, that started in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, a portal that the ministry was experimenting with some prosecution office in the country that allowed some documents, some acts in the phase of preliminary investigation to be sent to the courts via this portal, and they decided to implement this portal, of which almost no one outside the ministry and those offices that were involved in the experimentation knew nothing about. So to implement this portal in the whole national territory. It was, you see a glimpse of the portal, top left of the screen. It was a portal that allowed to send very limited number of documents to the court. So of course it was a relief, but the problem was that, you see, I used the image of a desert with a small plant in it, not by chance, because at the beginning it was seen like, you know, a glimpse of hope in an otherwise desert landscape when it came to the possibility of doing our job. Then the government, the ministry got ambitious, let's say, in a very unrealistic manner, and that plan turned into a mirage. That's why I've chosen that image in the bottom right. The image that you see is the roadmap that was published on the website of the Italian Ministry of Justice back in 2020, and even if you don't understand Italian, you see the dates, and you see the last date is 2020, so the road should have ended in 2020, the road up to the full implementation of the digital criminal trial should have ended in 2020. I can assure you that we are far from the end in 2024, and therefore this roadmap disappeared from the website of the Ministry of Justice, because they realized that they simply had not enough resources to do what they were thinking to do. The issue of resources, if I'm not mistaken, has been already mentioned this morning by a Spanish speaker, one of the first speeches of the morning, and it is a recurrent speech. So they slowed things down. They realized that they needed more time to implement a full digital trial, and once again, by digital trial, I mean basically digital file, not remote hearings. We have provisions about remote hearings, but are very limited to some cases, and Italian lawyers are trying to fight even those limited cases. But then once again, in 2021, we had the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. In August 2021, the money from what we call the PNRR, National Recovery and Resilience Plan, started to flow even in Italy, and you can see the PNRR, as it's called in Italian, is promoted as a digital revolution to modernize Italy and achieve simpler public administration. And you can easily understand that simpler public administration means try and save money. I'm almost at the end. I see my time has run out. So after 2021, things have started to accelerate once again, and at the end of 2022, a very important reform, so-called Cartabia, by the name of the Ministry of Justice, of the former Ministry of Justice, was passed, and the reform stated, Article 87, provided for the insurance by the end of 2023 of a ministerial decree that contained technical rules for electronic filing and the other electronic ways of dealing with judicial criminal affairs. Then, once again, in 2023, they realized that they were not ready. The portal was not ready. They had not enough money, and they postponed the full implementation of the portal to the end of 2024. So up until today, we have the portal for basically the activities of the preliminary investigation. Everything else until the end of this year, if nothing changes in the meantime, can be done on paper or using certified email. I'm going to stop here. I know it's been very quick and I tackled a lot of aspects. I thank you for your attention and I'll remain connected for a while if there's any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fier, for an excellent presentation. Of course, I'm sure that we'll have time to discuss very interesting issues which were in your paper. Now I'd like to ask to give a paper, Mr. Alex Talon. The title of this paper is Organization of the Law Office in Digital Times. I think that this subject, this topic is really interesting for most of us. And Mr. Alex Talon is Vice President of the Council of Bars and Law Societies of Europe, member of the European Association of Lawyers, Deontology Committee, and lecturer at the University of Leuven. Mr. Talon, the floor is yours. Please unmute yourself.
So it's better now, I think. Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely better.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, to give me the floor. Thank you also for the invitation. Yes, modern technology or magic, because I'm at the same time in Brussels and in Dublin, it was convenient. This is still magic thing. So what I will do in my short intervention is to give you also a practical approach about the organization of law firms in these modern times, with these modern technologies, and then I will give some considerations about legal platforms and the use of legal platforms, and also the artificial intelligence, and also some consideration about the ethical approach of this. And I will try to wait, I was try, okay, to share my screen. Did you see it?
Not yet.
Is it right? So
yes, we can see it. Thank you.
That's fine. So the first thing about the organization, digitalization in the whole is of course a challenge for the lawyers for many years now, but it's definitely, I think, gaining a momentum now because the possibilities are becoming immense, and also because of the artificial intelligence approach is somewhat of a game changing. It's necessarily something that affects legal services, but also the organization of the law firm and also the judiciary as a whole. First and foremost, it is already important that offices make maximum use of the existing opportunities allowed to them by the modern technologies. It's important that offices make also the 100% choice of digitization and definitively consent paper files to the dustbin. Thus, office members must learn to handle the digital resource as well and assume that the only complete file is a digital file. The third challenge for an office is to make sure that all the members use the digital tools in the same way. This is obvious, but also extremely important in order to actually find the documents afterwards. As for a paper file, and this goes without saying, a good filing system is something that can save you a lot of time. So let me first go now to the organization more practically of the law firm. It is in a certain way only a question of a choice that you make, the all digital. Because practically the tools that you can use, the cloud computing and so on, are at the most time user-friendly. If you have also the support of a good computer specialist. You can have your own cloud, you can have easy access to all documents, easy sharing of these documents also. So you have your own private platform where you can exercise your profession. And you can also easily digitize all incoming and outgoing documents. The cloud computing is used by many offices now. It's important to have your own cloud computing, I find, and not to go to shared cloud computing systems. But it allows you to access to your files from anywhere in the world, but also it's also very easy to share the files with another lawyer in your office, not in your office, outside your office, and also with your clients. So it's very easy to collaborate on such a digital platform. And for example, we do that, of course, also in our office. You can put a client list at the timesheet application on the shared platform, what allows you to easily make conflict checks and also to have an idea about the work of all the members of your law firm. We also developed in our office an AML tool that allows us to share clients' names and identification and to generate the annual report on the compliance of our office activities with the AML requirements. So the organization of such a law firm has, from my point of view, rather much advantages. It permits, first of all, a better activity and a better collaboration between the members of the law firm. You can transform also your physical office into a kind of business center with many meeting rooms and without individual office spaces. Members will work essentially from their homes, and the light structure and low cost also allow you to easily network with other lawyers and develop such a thing as best friends policies. It makes possible to be more environmentally friendly, and as example, in my own office, we have approved corporate social responsibility charter. We are thinking also about a number of SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, to achieve some of these goals. And we are also owner of what we call in Brussels, and it is also provided by the Brussels region, it's the eco-dynamic label because of our pollution control efforts. We are also a member of the SHIFT, that is a non-profit organization that wants to encourage companies to promote sustainable entrepreneurship. So what my point is here is to assess that IT and CSR is an alliance that works because of less cost, because of less transport, and it permits also to develop politics of environmental friendliness. So there are also, because we must also look at the other phase for this, there are some disadvantages, and the disadvantage of such an organization is that it does carry the risk that ties between the members risk failing. So such an office must take care to maintain the bond between the members of the firm, and that requires, for example, regular meeting times and events that can be organized online and physically in a business center office. It can also have an impact for the client and the perception of your office by the client. So you must take care of the reputation to strengthen your image by presence on social media, publication, a strong brand, and so on. So we must need inspiring trust for the client. Second point there is realize that the digitalization means also, from my point of view, a real paradigm shift. First of all, in the relationship with other lawyers, we not longer work on a hierarchical basis, but on a vertical basis in the office. So there is transparency needed in such an office and information sharing. The lawyer who effectively works in the file, that can be an assistant, but he's also the one who is in first line contact with the client. And that was, I think, not always the same in the past. In the relationship with the client, there is also a paradigm shift because there is more transparency, access to the file, knowledge sharing Also, the client has, of course, access to much legal knowledge via internet, for example. So the added value of the lawyer must be sought elsewhere than neatly summarizing applicable rules. So this was my short and my brief consideration about the organization of law firms in digital times. But let's speak now about also the use of legal platforms by lawyers. It's of course a way also to provide legal services. It's another way to provide legal services. And you must be careful about the different sort of platforms. The difference can be the content, if it is essentially a referral platform, or is it a platform providing legal services? But the most important is, I think, the quality of the provider in the platform. Is it a lawyer or is it a non-lawyer platform, so what we call a third-party platform? And this last one raises question about prohibition of referral fees or the fee sharing, but also questions more important, I think, about the independence of the lawyer acting on these platforms and the guarantee of the confidentiality that can be given in the relationship between the lawyer and his client. So there are several ethical rules at stake when a lawyer is working through a legal platform that is organized by a third party. So we must first of all, of course, respect the necessary dignity, trust and integrity, but also for the lawyer the need to identification of the client that permitted to avoid conflict of interest, to guarantee also the professional secrecy. Problem is to know how we can act on these platforms and guarantee these core values of our profession. And there are some issues, of course, concerning also the MDPs, multidisciplinary partnerships, the possibility of the fee sharing of referral fees that are prohibited for the moment in my country, Belgium, but also in Europe, and the professional secrecy and the independence. So the CCB has issued time ago already 8 main principles in the CCB guide on lawyers' use of online platforms in 2018, as you see. And I can, what the CCB is saying there, for example, is that the lawyers' use or participation in an online platform should never restrict their independence. In particular, lawyers cannot allow any interference by the platform provider in their relationship with clients. The lawyers should always be able to deal directly with the client in a manner that respects professional secrecy, legal professional privilege, and avoids breaching any of the rules of conflict of interest. So these are, of course, principles that we can understand, but in third-party legal platforms, the question is to know if that is practically possible, and I'm afraid not. And then is the other question to know, can we as a lawyer act on these platforms, or must the Bar Association and our ethical rules prohibit lawyers to go on such form of platforms? Then what concerning the artificial intelligence in law office and in judiciary, I just highlight two things about it. First is, I think that it's always important in AI matters to have complete transparency of the use of them, and I think also it's important to assess that there is a role for the bar associations, for example, to be able to influence algorithms that AI tools are using, also influencing the regulation around AI, so that bar associations and the lawyers has also some influence on such tools that can be used, for example, also by the judiciary. So, as well, the European Union, as CCB, is a number of initiatives and documents concerning AI. I think it's just interesting to give them, and perhaps you can afterwards take notice of that and read these documents. So, as you know, the Commission is working on an AI Act, and this will be, I think, the first legal rules rules trying to regulate AI in the world, and it starts from a risk-based approach. It also involves the generative AI. European Parliament is working on a resolution on AI and criminal law, proposal from 6 October 21, where they recognize the right of a fair trial with respect of the right of defense, necessity to ensure the equality of arms, what is of course important when AI is used. The CCB has also issued a number of documents, one important dated from 20 February 2020, entitled the CCB Considerations on the Legal Aspects of Artificial Intelligence, and this covers AI and human rights, use of AI by the courts, use of AI in criminal justice system, the liability issues around AI, and the impact of AI in legal practices. So when using AI for a lawyer, of course there must be respect some of the ethical rules like the duty of competence, the duty to inform the client, the duty to maintain independence of the lawyer, the duty to preserve professional secrecy. There was also already by former speakers, they already underlined this, and the duty of training to make good use also of these tools. Another paper of the CCB is on the proposal of the Commission for Regulation laying down harmonized rules on artificial intelligence. It is from 8 October 21. And the big challenge for the legal system, I think, is, and the legal profession also, is to make sure that our concerns are so, and thus to take into account the special place in society that requires respect for independence and professional secrecy. Just a few words also of the ontological rules that you find, of course, in the CCB Code of Conduct, but essentially in the ontological rules of bar association. The great question is, are they appropriate? And I think there are some ethical rules to change if we must allow the lawyers to act in a modern environment and using the modern technologies. And I give there in this slide rather some of these issues and some of these prohibitions that we must think about if we can maintain this using the modern technologies. As a conclusion, I would say that we must face multiple challenges, and the main challenges in this are for me, first of all, to ensure the role of the lawyer in the legal platforms, and we must find ways to assure that to be sure that it can be maintained. The use of AI also in predictive justice is an important issue as well for the lawyer as for the judicial system. And then the third thing, but that is perhaps not shared by everybody in the profession of law, is that we must also be able to consider provision of legal services outside the traditional framework of the legal profession with other rules for preserving the professional secrecy, the independence of the legal service provider, and perhaps not the same rules for the identification of the client and the conflict of interest that cannot always be, I think, assured in the way that we then give the legal services on the legal platform. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Talan. Now we are changing a little the topic. We still are in, how could I say, the field of practice, but we are going into, well, towards direction of ethics. The next speaker is Mr. Ivan Panev, member of the Board of Directors of Advocates Sans Frontières France. And the title of the paper of Mr. Panev is Digital Transition and Ethics for the Legal Practitioners. Mr. Panev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will try to share my screen. I hope so. It seems that it doesn't work, but it worked during the repetition.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Did you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you to invite me to discuss about this very important transition in our legal world. We are on the crossroads of three very different themes: digital transition, ethics, and legal practice. In fact, we changed the world because we pass from the world, to the machine. Since centuries, since a lot of time, legal practitioners work with the words. And now we have to use a new tool, the machine, who doesn't know exactly, and we doesn't know in general, the meaning of a word. The digitalization is only important concerning the place of the letters of a word treated by the machine. And with some examples, we will see first what is so important. Because when Hannah Arendt said that the meaning is important, she had in mind the meaning of a word. This concept and this approach, very clear, very true in that time, is now obsolete. For a machine, the most important, the only important approach is to take in account words, to take in account letters, and to use them in a very mathematical approach as an algorithm. And it's important to have that in our mind, because when during the next decade and centuries we will use the machine, we have to know that the machine doesn't understand nothing. In fact, the most important approach to have in our mind is what is the question, not what is the answer. It means that we will use, when we work with the assistance of a tool of artificial intelligence, it means the machine, we will use words in the memory of the machine, and we will ask for a result. It means that our approach has to take in account our intention, our wishes, our political objectives, but the machine takes in account only the fantastic memory inside to provide us with an answer. And it's a very important question to know where are the ethics, because the machine doesn't know what is ethics. And now we will take in account to understand how the machine works in our interest, where is the place of the ethics. Here you have a very interesting example of a dialogue generated 2 years ago. You have on the screen the request, write a dialogue between two angels discussing their superhuman ability to speak all languages. And at the end of the day, you have the feeling that these angels discussing on the display are men with fantastic capacities of thinking and of understanding of concepts. And in fact, you see the answers and the discussion. It's very important to understand that we have the thinking that, in fact, we discuss with men and women, but in fact, we discuss with a machine. Heidegger, in his time, had, from another point of view, the approach to say that this kind of dialogue, of course, he didn't know yet the place of artificial intelligence in his speaking, but he felt that which is accountable only to itself is the conversation. The dialogue with the machine is not a dialogue in the real world for the machine. The machine will take in account a question, will provide us with an answer, but in its world, not in our world. That is why the responsibility of the practitioner is to have in mind his presence as a human being. Responsibility in ethics is an anthropological concept. It means that we have to take into account the importance of a dialogue between a man and a machine, not between a man or a woman and a legal practitioner. That is why we cannot let the machine, a non-human agent, to become the only custodian of the truth in the legal thinking, in the process to provide us with a possibility of result. We have to take into account that in front of us we have a digital calculation. AI systems have a very important capacity of understanding the data from the point of view of the words transformed in digits, and have also after that the possibility to provide us with digits transformed in words. We do not have the guarantee that the answer is true. We have just to have in our mind that an AI system does not think. The AI system gives to us an impression of understanding, an impression of intelligibility. And in the same time, it's very important to have the possibility to use this tool, because all around the world, all the machines will think in that way, independently of the nationality of the language. An AI process doesn't know what is intelligence, doesn't know what is understanding. It's just a machine which takes in account a lot of data to provide us with a result to try to answer to our question. That is why the ethical rules are absolutely necessary to take into account when the process is on the creation, during its application, and to check the results provided by the machine. Not a lot of time ago, Hans Jonas, the inventor of the environmental problematic, said that the source of the ethical tension in the relation between the machine and the mind lies in the gap between two speeds. We have our time, our process of thinking, and the machine is increasingly powerful and rapid. The speeds are completely different. That is why the tool is very adequate and important for us, but in the same time, we have to keep our hand on the functioning of the machine to have the possibility to check the capacity of the machine to stay in the right way of thinking. It means to, in the respect of what we call ethics and what we call human beings, understanding and intelligence. It's a difference in the approach between culture and digital technology. A very popular example is the difference between to order pizza and to write a judgment by a judge. When we order pizza by phone, we are not interested to know if a machine or a waiter is on the other part of the call. But when we are waiting for a judge to write an adequate judgment according to the motivation, the arguments that we provided to the court, we are very interested to know how this judge is working. And first of all, if he has used artificial intelligence process to prepare his decision. And concerning all legal practitioners participating in the litigation, each member of the chain has to know if the other party has used artificial intelligence tool to prepare, to present, and to explain his arguments. Here we have the answer to avoid any difficulties in the preparation of a legal judgment. That's the difference between to order pizza and to wait to obtain a judgment in accordance with the ethical principles of our world. It's interesting to remember old rules now, when the artificial intelligence was not on the table, the free law of robotics. They are very known, but it's important to have that in our mind. Now the machines are very well developed. The difference in the time of Isaac Asimov, but it's a good basis of thinking to remember that the robot cannot harm a human being. It means cannot harm a human thinking, cannot provide with false results just because the words are not very well understood by the authors of the request. I see that I have to accelerate my presentation. I will not repeat what is in the AI Act. The previous speaker has discussed about it, and it's very important to read it. I understood and I remember the importance to keep the human being in the center of the control of AI. And I would like just to underline two important texts. The UNESCO normative recommendation of 2021, it's interesting to see this oxymoron, normative and recommendation. First world text giving a list of advices how to take in account the ethical issues using the artificial intelligence in all parts of the reflection and the work of the world population. Here are the principles. They are very classical because we know that very well in our legal world, but artificial intelligence is a transition to pass to the human world, to the artificial world, to the virtual world, and this communication of United Nations provides us with the strategic actions to keep the principles listed in the communications. Some short approach concerning the work very important led by the Council of Europe since 2019 concerning the place of the artificial intelligence in the work of the legal practitioners, and I pass quickly concerning the new approach to the justice system with the assistance of artificial intelligence to say a word on the predictive justice. We know very well that, and we understood now the importance to take in account the best speed to obtain information and to obtain potential results. But I would like to underline the important fact using artificial intelligence in the legal problematic. It is what you saw here concerning the modification of the legal syllogism, where classical we know it with the law, the facts, and the solution when the judge applied the law to the facts. With the using artificial intelligence, these two first factors are on the same level, and other facts should be taken in account because the machine doesn't do the difference, as I say, between the words, and provides us with more ideas, with a richest approach of facts to give us a rich answer that we have to treat as lawyers and as judges. Thank you very much for your attention, and we enter in a new world, and we have to be very careful with the approach of this new tool using the artificial intelligence in our day-to-day work. Thank you.
Of course, we agree. Thank you, Monsieur Paneth. The next speakers are from the United States. I would like to ask to take the floor Tasha Willis and Mrs. Catherine Burnett, South Texas College of Law. We are still actually in the field of the problems between AI and ethics. So the title of the paper is Legal Services and AI with Ethical Consideration. The floor is yours.
Thank you so very, very much, and we are honored to be here. We're considering some of the ethical possible impacts of using generative AI on the legal practice. So first, a little bit of background. Professor Willis, tell us a little bit about learning language models.
Well, for the purposes of defining learning language models in terms of the practice of law, we're talking about an AI system that is capable of understanding and generating human language and processing vast amounts of text data, which enables the performance of a wide range of processing tasks, such as collection and summary of discovery, as well as other types that we will be discussing.
And, ladies and gentlemen, we placed on the screen some examples of generative AI with which you probably are familiar, right? ChatGPT, the fact that Lexis has now started an AI program in addition to its research tools. Microsoft, image generating from DaVinci, curated AI, which I understand is being used largely in Europe. There's some other programs that have come up in the last year or so. One is called CoCounsel by Case Text. It launched in March of last year, so 1 year ago today, and the owners of Westlaw recently announced the purchase of that for, I think it was $650 million all-cash buyout. What it can do is review a set of documents to answer questions, review a set of contracts to answer questions that the lawyer poses, draft legal memos, prepare deposition questions, review contracts for compliance with policies and guidelines, and summarize documents. Another program that lawyers are using quite a bit is called AI Assist by Ironclad. That came out in February last year. Lawyers are primarily using this to identify and redline inconsistencies in contracts, and law firms are able to program their preferred language or preferred choices, language guidelines into that program. And the last one that Professor Willis and I would like to talk about is Harvey AI, which came out last year as well, and which currently has a waiting list of over 15,000 law firms that want to join it. And it would be more of a proprietary AI system that would be owned in-house. It can provide guidance across various practice areas, different jurisdictions. It builds customized large language models based on the firm. So we are in radically new territory, and Professor Willis and I believe that there are tremendous ethical consequences to that. So how are legal practitioners using generative AI? We think that it falls into the three major categories that you see here on the screen. The first one is a new use of technology, I think, for practitioners, and that is harnessing predictive analytics. Practitioners, law firms are considering whether or not to take a case, to accept a client, to determine what the potential settlement range is, to craft the legal strategy, the case strategy that would be used in the case or accepted for representation. A huge departure from what we've used in the past. Professor Willis.
In terms of number 2 and number 3, drafting documents, creating exhibits, generating client information, as well as organizing and analyzing document review, document analysis, billing, and other related tasks. This provides a great deal of increased efficiency in the practice of law for lawyers and for law firms. And one of the ways in which it does so the best is by greatly streamlining the workflow product. However, with the pace at which AI is rapidly, constantly changing and developing, at the same time, this places a huge ethical burden on the practitioner, on the firm to stay up to date on the evolving rules, laws, and changes, as well as recognizing that within the system, there still needs to be that human element, as in with case law, citation form, always making sure to make sure that the data is accurate. So it allows the practitioner to create a product and then simply have to go back and edit it, make small changes instead of having to start from scratch. But at the same time, there's a burden placed on them to always ensure that the information is accurate.
So we suggest that these functions of predicting, creating documents, analyzing material, these are radically different from the familiar research tools that we have been using now for decades, Lexis, Westlaw, programs like ProDoc, where you complete things that are human generated and you're completing a form rather than machine generated. The new reality of AI, we think, presents ethical challenges for legal practitioners that fall into these three major categories: hallucinations and the impact of hallucinations, privacy and confidentiality, and then a big one, the actual content of what generative AI produces. So we'll start with hallucinations.
With hallucinations, you're talking about a large language model that perceives patterns or objects that are non-existent. And from those non-existent patterns and objects creates outputs that are not accurate, or in some cases are actually nonsensical.
So some of the challenges with hallucinations, of course, as Professor Willis said, inaccurate information is presented as though it were correct. If you query the large language model program and ask if the information is correct, it will frequently tell you, yes, it is, although it has manufactured this out of whole cloth, as it were. So the program may deny to the legal practitioner, deny the fact that the information is false, even when specifically asked. So what can the legal practitioner do? How can we satisfy our ethical obligations? Professor Willis, any suggestions?
Yes, you can plan the prompt, translate the results, which translates information into insight, and most importantly, review all cited sources. And we'll talk about this a little bit further in a moment with Lexis plus AI. But with AI, the ethical duty of the practitioner to always check and double check, not only check the sources for bias, but specifically checking the authentication of references that they're citing is of the utmost importance.
And the consequences can be really significant when a lawyer doesn't review the cited sources, when a lawyer doesn't take the advice that Professor Willis just gave us. So this is a screenshot of a Bloomberg report from June of last year. Lawyers in this case were actually fined $5,000 because in their sworn affidavit to the court, they cited 6 cases that didn't exist. Let me say that again. They cited cases that did not exist. It appeared that they existed. The court, reference court, was an existing court. The docket number was the docket number of an actual case, just not this case. The names of the parties seemed almost correct, but they were invented out of whole cloth, as it were. The lawyer, the initial lawyer in the case, this was a personal injury case in the United States, where the claim was that the client was injured when a meal cart hit his knee on an airplane, so it was a suit against the airline. And the original plaintiff's lawyer hired counsel to do the research and the drafting. That counsel used ChatGPT. Not only did the program cite cases, it actually gave them quoted language and a holding from the case. So in the pleadings, the lawyers, relying on this utterly false information, cited a case with a quote for a holding that was favorable to them, but that just did not exist. Here at my law school in Houston, Texas, 2 of my colleagues within the past month have been told that they authored articles that they never wrote. They were on topics and subject matter areas that my colleagues have routinely produced law review articles on, but they were utterly fabricated articles. Not just a mishandling, a totally made up article. So the consequences can be pretty severe. That's the hallucination problem. The other prong ethical word that we have deals with privacy. So Professor Willis, what have we got on privacy?
For privacy, one of the big considerations is, especially with the summary, the sorting and the summary of discovery, which is, of course, one of the more efficient things that AI allows law firms to do. There is, first of all, the huge potential for the release of individual client or large company client, the exposure of personal information or personal data information, things like one's social security number, one's driver's license, just overall personal information regarding a case or a lawsuit that someone would not want disseminated. There's also the intellectual property concerns of the developer and drafter of the information within the AI system. Who does that intellectual property actually belong to?
And this is a substantial challenge, regardless of our jurisdiction. We all recognize the obligation of confidentiality that we owe our clients. I mean, this is a universal principle for legal practitioners. And what is not clear, Professor Wilson, I think, in this generative AI world, is who owns the data once it's submitted to this large learning model, once it's submitted to the program. So if I submit some of my company's guidelines for drafting, and it includes, for example, the reasons behind it, I might be releasing proprietary information, trade secrets, all sorts of information. Some of it may be possibly privileged under rules of evidence, but some of it might be just the business of doing business proprietary information that a client would not want shared. And so I think, as Professor Willis suggests, the questions around ownership and privacy include what data is collected by this large learning model, large language learning model. How is that data processed? Once I upload to your program, how is that data being stored? Is it used to do further AI training? Is it being shared with third parties or third-party vendors? And so the solutions that we think are critical are to carefully review your terms of service. Professor Willis, anything else that practitioners need to be doing?
Yes, another thing to take into consideration is that today, many of the providers promote a guarantee that within a matter of time, when you've used AI to actually generate a document, a motion, a pleading, a contract, that within a mere matter of minutes, that your content will be deleted from the program that has generated it. However, to date, there is a lot of evidence that shows that is not a guarantee, and that it is very easy within the time that it is being held for other people to access your actual content. So not just thinking of it in terms of a contract that you've drafted, but something, say, an article that you've written, you spoke earlier, the issue of people actually having been credited with articles that they did not write. Another potential threat, if that information isn't taken down or scrubbed quick enough, is having someone access your contract or access an article, a law review article, or something for a publication that you've drafted, and then either taking and making it their own, or actually changing the biased nature of your content and subscribing to you having said things that you did not intend to say, or even more frightening, changing pleadings, changing documents to create different outcomes by accessing the information that you've provided that is pertinent to a particular case.
And one of the things we think practitioners should do, if they're considering using LLMs, if they're going to use these language models Discuss that risk with the client so that the client can give informed consent about the use of her data, her proprietary information in this generative AI context. The best solution, of course, would be to develop your in-house AI program, and I think that's what Harvey is attempting to do, but that's cost prohibitive. When I look at, I think it was Price Waterhouse and one other firm, there's only 2 firms right now that are exploring that use, and it's going to be the elite law firms. A small practitioner is not going to have access, I believe, at this stage of technology's growth, to keep it completely in-house.
One of the advantages that the large firms have is that they're now actually bringing in intel service providers. With big firms in the United States, many of them are actually turning to the FBI or retired federal agents who deal in data security to serve as contract employees who work to constantly monitor them and update and teach the users about the practice and the use of AI to ward off the ethical dilemmas and pitfalls. But for the small practitioner, that is entirely, or even small firm, that is entirely cost prohibitive.
At this stage, it's just out of reach. The last bucket in our remaining 3 minutes that we'd like to talk about is the ethical ramifications for practitioners about content, what the program actually generates. Professor Willis has already talked about non-existent sources, the hallucinations. But 2 other things we worry about. One is the lack of human judgment and bias. So, what are some potential solutions, Professor Willis? How do we get out of this conundrum?
Plan your prompt, translate the results that transform the information into insights. Again, and we may run out of time to talk about the Lexis AI model, but review all cited sources and check accuracy, because unlike other research tools, the accuracy of citations in AI is not a guarantee. Consider the prompts for implicit bias and assumptions, which is a fancy way of saying you have to go back and check your citation form the old way to guarantee its accuracy, and you need anything you draft, you need to go back through and read to see if that bias is actually existence. While this can be very efficient and do a great job of streamlining on Cancel's part, there is an ethical obligation not to take it for granted. You still have to make sure, you have to read for bias, you have to go back and double or triple check your citation form. And only work with AI systems that show their sources, and additionally, only work with AI sources that provide a mechanism when you realize that a citation form is wrong, or that there's the potential for having found or attempted to use a document, as Dean Burnett referenced earlier, that does not even exist, for reporting it immediately.
And one of the things that Professor Willis has educated me about is that the Lexis AI is putting those sort of safety procedures in place. I think it's important for all of us to recognize that AI is a tool, right? No more, no less. And one of the things that Tasha said that I think is so critical is that we get the information, but then we add our judgment. In closing, some final thoughts. We as legal practitioners can't avoid generative AI, and I don't even think we should. But our duty of competence as lawyers includes having technology competence. We don't have the luxury of avoiding understanding and learning about generative AI. And, oh, I hear the button. We have a generation of practitioners coming up behind us who are going to enter the practice against a backdrop of having used generative AI extensively. Tasha Lee.
Just in closing, I would say that I completely agree with Dean Burnett that there's no way to avoid it, and I don't believe that we should. the actual efficiency and streamlining that AI can bring to the practice of law, the potential to enhance efficiency and better serve clients is no doubt great. It just requires an ethical responsibility of each and every practitioner to check and double check their work, but also to check it and double check other standards and other citations and statutes. Just as with any other burden placed on the practitioner, you do the same type of thing with all work product that you generate anyway. It's just asking you on the back end of something being created for you to hold to basically the same ethical standards that we hold work that is produced without artificial intelligence.
And thank you very, very much for having us. It's been an honor.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Willis and Professor Burnett. Thank you so much, and I'm convinced, but I'm sure that your paper will provoke a lively discussion. And thank you also for very untypical and for me very attractive, I would say, dialogue type of presentation. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to give a floor to Margaret Francisco from United States, who is going to present a topic, the challenges and risks of the use of AI in the legal profession, and steps, if any, taken in California to address them. Mrs. Francisco, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am thrilled, excited, honored to be here and to speak with you today. So I'm going to be speaking about things that are happening in California and in the US in general. But let me first pose a question. Imagine receiving an email from a colleague containing an article that states that you have been convicted of multiple child molestation charges and cites a national newspaper as the source. It would be shocking, disturbing, damaging. You'd worry about proving your innocence, and you'd face the challenges of removing the false information from the public platform. But this type of occurrence is a fictitious example of an event classified as a hallucination. But this is exactly what happened in the US last April to a member of the legal community. ChatGPT invented a sexual harassment scandal and named a real law professor as the accused. So one night, this law professor, he received this troubling email. As a part of a research study, a fellow lawyer in California had asked the AI chatbot ChatGPT to generate a list of legal scholars who had sexually harassed someone. And when he ran this search, the law professor's name was on the list. It said that the professor had made sexually suggestive comments and attempted to touch a student while on a class trip in Alaska, and it cited a March 2018 article in the Washington Post as the source of the information. Well, the problem is, no such article existed, there had never been a class trip to Alaska, and the professor had never been accused of harassing a student. So this law professor, who happened to be a regular commentator in the media, had sometimes asked for corrections in news stories and was quite familiar with that process. But this time, there was no journalist or editor to call, and no way to correct the record. As largely unregulated artificial intelligence software such as ChatGPT, Microsoft's Bing, Google's Bard begin to be incorporated across the web, its propensity to generate potentially damaging falsehoods raises concerns about the spread of misinformation and novel questions about who's responsible when chatbots mislead. US President Joe Biden has issued an executive order, or he issued one on October 30th, 2023, outlining key principles and guidelines for the development and use of AI in the United States. This order aims to balance the benefits of AI with potential risks such as bias, discrimination, privacy concerns. It directs federal agencies to establish standards for AI safety and security, protect privacy through legislation, address discrimination in AI algorithms, and to ensure responsible use in healthcare and education. Now, for the legal sector, the executive order presents both opportunities and challenges. Legal professionals will need to advise clients on AI-related issues, including compliance, liability, and intellectual property, contracts, ethics, and human rights. At the same time, they must integrate AI systems into their own practice, such as document review, research, and analysis. So in California, there's currently a lawmaker who's exploring rules on how legal professionals can use artificial intelligence, particularly the type that can generate text and other content on its own, like when filing court documents. So last month, he introduced a measure that would put in place disclosure and citation requirements around AI-assisted legal filings. The document's still in draft, so we don't know what the proposed content is in its totality. However, there's already much debate and controversy over how AI will impact the legal sector. Already, some high-profile cases have captured the legal industry's attention, such as the one that was referenced by the previous speakers with the New York lawyers. And, you know, an important point here was the lawyer that got in trouble had never used ChatGPT before and was supposedly unaware of the possibility that its content could be false. So he submitted the case, a court brief that cited non-existent cases. And as we know, the lawyer and the lawyer responsible for supervising the work, they were both sanctioned, and the law firm was sanctioned, and the judge also ordered them to notify each judge falsely identified as the author of a bogus case. They had to be notified about the sanction. So this was the first documented incident of potential professional misconduct by an attorney using generative AI, and it won't be the last. At this point, many lawyers are already using some form of AI when prepping their work. Legal research products like Westlaw, Microsoft Bing AI, Lexis Plus AI, Bloomberg, there are all these tools that use technology to help easily search for past cases or to automate brief analyses. There are multiple issues that need to be addressed, and there is widespread concern regarding this topic. Across the nation, some policymakers are taking initial steps, like the one in California, to keep inaccurate AI from affecting lawyers and their clients negatively. Policy memo from New York just recently was sent out banning generative AI use for dispensing legal advice, arguing AI models lack an understanding for up-to-date legal principles. So some legal analysts question if the bill is necessary, because they note there are already mechanisms in place that punish attorneys who submit false or inaccurate information, including from AI, such as sanctions and fines from a judge or a malpractice or a malpractice lawsuit from a client. So ultimately, some attorneys contend it's better to have the legal profession be regulated by lawyers and judges, not legislatures. So California and some other states, state bar associations have recognized the growing prevalence of technology and are addressing the topic. California State Bar last November issued guidelines, making it presumably the first regulatory agency for lawyers to enact AI guidelines. The guidance calls for lawyers to disclose AI use to clients to ensure a human is reviewing all AI-generated outputs. Anything produced should be examined for inaccuracy and bias. And however, according to this document, there should not be an over-reliance on such tools. Now, this guidance, which we're going to go into a little bit more detail in a few minutes, is a living document and it can be updated as technology evolves. So for right now, let's just look a little bit deeper into generative AI. It's a tool, it has wide-ranging applications. In general, there are 6 ways that AI is currently used in the legal arena. 1, e-discovery. 2, expertise automation. 3, legal research. 4, document management. 5, contract and litigation document analytics and generation. 6, predictive analytics. It cannot replace or replicate advocacy, it can't advise clients, it can't write briefs, can't negotiate deals or structure complex transactions, but it can help automate routine tasks and streamline workflows, ultimately leading to increased efficiency and cost savings. It can be used in investigations, it can be used to review large amounts of data in various languages. It can assist in reviewing contracts, comparing and querying contracts and clauses, can be used in billing. Benefit and use cases are numerous. However, legal practitioners have to understand and stay abreast of the risks as well as the benefits of the technology used in connection with providing legal services. So how does a lawyer or a law firm or a corporation mitigate the risks of things like output of incorrect information, data protection risks, leakage of confidential, sensitive, personal information, potential infringement of third-party IP, business risk, safety and regulation risk, and privacy risk? What do? Well, as I mentioned, the California State Bar issues guidelines in the use of AI. So in November of last year, these guidelines were drafted to basically model 9 obligations for lawyers that are listed in the Professional Code of Conduct. These 9 professional areas of conduct are duty of confidentiality, duties of competence and diligence, duty to comply with the law, duty to supervise lawyers and non-lawyers, and the responsibilities of subordinate lawyers, communication regarding generative AI use, charging for work produced by generative AI and generative AI costs, candor to the tribunal and meretricious claims and contentions, prohibition on discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, and finally, professional responsibilities owed to other jurisdictions. This information is available on the web. I encourage you to look it up because it may be helpful in your own setting to see this model of the rules that are being put together as guidelines to help attorneys stay abreast and within legal parameters when they're using AI in their practice. So, in closing, it's important to recognize that, according to Deloitte, it's likely that in the very near future, 100,000 legal sector jobs are going to be automated. So the legal industry must take significant steps to educate itself and protect itself. I guess the takeaway really is that advances in technology are no substitute for checking work, ensuring technological competence, and upholding the highest levels of professional conduct and judgment as a legal practitioner using AI in any aspect of client representation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Francisco. So, it's time for a discussion. In opening the discussion, I'd like to begin by quoting Margaret Thatcher. I love discussions, I love debating. I don't expect everyone to agree with me, that's not their job. So it's not our job to agree with each other, but let's start to talk about artificial intelligence. Mainly, please, the floor is yours, if I could say. So if I maybe I take the floor if I could ask. Well, I have a question to the last paper. Well, you know, I would like to ask. It concerns the compass scoring tool in the United States. You know, this tool, as we know, was used to determine the likelihood of recidivism, and artificial intelligence contributed to the decision-making of judges when handing out sentences. And as we know, the algorithm allocated criminal aspects points based on, if I well remember, more than 100 different pieces of data, such as age, gender and criminal record. However, the algorithm was wrongly defined. It turned out that AI was more likely to select black people as more likely to reoffend than white people. And I would like to ask you, does this tool, I mean compass scoring tool, is this tool still still used in the practice in the United States?
I'm sorry, is that question for me?
Yes, if you don't mind. Actually, it goes as well to Professor Burnett, you know, but yeah, that's special to you. So maybe we will take such an algorithm, like maybe a question and the answer, and now we'll see what is going to happen. So is it still used in the United States, in Texas? Because I think it was, yeah.
Wisconsin it was used.
Ah, okay. Okay, maybe another questions? Please. Okay.
Well, always to fill the void, an idle thought. By the way, the last question, I would like to know the answer. I think it was, the reference was to Mr. Loomis in Wisconsin, and it got to the Wisconsin Court of Appeals, but no further, and the Wisconsin Court of Appeals took the Little Britain approach, which is computer says it must be right. It was a respectable company that produced it, and they didn't examine it. But no, the thing that I wanted to ask was an interesting thought, and it's to do with professional self-respect, particularly in writing things like briefs. I couldn't agree more with the last several speakers, because it is all about taking responsibility for your own work and double checking. But I just wonder whether some people are using AI tools in that area of work, I quite get it, to produce boilerplate contracts, for example, by using something that's altogether more elaborate than they ought to be doing just simply by themselves. You can go on an edited website, a moderated one like, say, Westlaw, and you can carefully choose appropriate Boolean logic to choose what you want to search for, and then you can follow the references up. It's just like having an electronic library. You know, you don't really need artificial intelligence to do that. And it does, by way of an observation, make me recall Wallace and Gromit. I don't know if you know of Wallace and Gromit. It's a British cartoon series of occasional films that even won an Oscar. And the animation is wonderful, and you get even shinier, more wonderful animation from DreamWorks and Disney. But the thing about Wallace and Gromit is it's plasticine animation, and the models are carefully moved a fraction from frame to frame and photographed, and the people have such pride in their work that they ensure that their fingerprints, literally their fingerprints, remain on the plasticine models. So when you look at it, you can say, that has been done entirely by a human being. And I don't know whether it's just something about my approach to the law that I take a pride in looking at something and saying, that's been done by a human being, has been done by human skill, and therefore I tend to be a little skeptical that the people who overuse artificial intelligence are the dream works of this world, or the master producers, rather than the artisans of the legal world.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to respond, if I may.
Of course, please do.
Okay, thank you. I think that we need to draw the distinction between generative AI and programs that assist us with research, such as Westlaw or Lexis. When I am researching a case for a client or an area of law, I don't think there's any requirement that I disclose my Google search query to the other parties, but I would suggest that perhaps when we're using generative AI, that we need to maybe drop a footnote and say, we have augmented our work with this tool. I don't think I need to say I've augmented my research with a tool, but maybe with generative AI, that should be something that we explicitly recognize. And I don't know that any regulatory or licensing agencies have done that, but maybe as a profession, that's something we should consider.
Can I add a comment to that? Because the guidelines issued by the State Bar of California address that topic exactly, and they say in the section, as I mentioned, these guidelines are tied to the rules of professional conduct, and there are 9 areas. One of them is communication regarding generative AI use, and it says that a lawyer should consider disclosure to their client that they intend to use generative AI in representation, including how the technology will be used and the benefits and risks of such use. So it's suggested that one reveal that information.
Well, as I said earlier, we think you should disclose to a client, because if you're disclosing client confidential information, but I'm thinking, what about material that you provide to a court? Briefs, pleadings, what about scholarly work that we put out into the universe, our law review articles, our books? Should we acknowledge the use of generative AI in that process?
Well, in terms of the example that you gave earlier about the professors at South Texas College of Law who were credited, so to speak, with publishing articles that they did not publish, there's an ethical duty, I believe, to note, especially in legal research and writing, when you have used generative AI, but by noting that there is also a self-protectionary mechanism in it, because it does in a sense put the rest of the world on notice that you have used it, and therefore at least you have begun the process of protecting yourself or letting the world know that you have used something that could be misused or actually usurped. And therefore, if someone changes the content and credits you with a belief or a position that you did not take, you have actually started the process of being able to correct that mechanism purely by prophylactically protecting yourself in the front end, by putting people on notice that it is a system that you've used. So there's an ethical duty to do so. The ethical duties are obvious, but there's also a self-protectionary mechanism in it.
Yes, please.
Yes, I just want to add to that, because I think an issue we haven't really considered is a problem of poisoning the well. There was actually a recent case in England with a litigant in person before a tax tribunal who used ChatGPT to produce fictitious authorities. Nothing terrible happened. It was he was a litigant in person, and the authorities were, the actual propositions were uncontroversial, so it really didn't matter. And the tribunal said that, but they highlighted a real issue that in the future, this could, you come to Pontius Pilate's question, what is truth? If you search against the professor, I've no doubt you will find that there are references to the original ChatGPT response, had that been posted. Or even if it's not posted, remember large language models train themselves by scraping the internet. And once an untruth gets out there, then it cannot be forgotten. And no matter how many apologies are published, it's still there to be scraped. And then you end up in this ghastly world that we're having with a fake news, and that nobody knows what is truth and nobody knows what's lies anymore. So I think there's a real serious problem, which nobody's really properly addressed, of poisoning the well.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any response to that remark? Any other questions? Anybody would like to state the question? I think everybody tired. Okay. Well, maybe just one remark at the end. Well, I have impression listening to the papers delivered that a number of concerns about the use of AI in the practice of lawyers are related to ethical issues. And of course, the development of artificial intelligence is inevitable, but it must, in my opinion, it must be constantly monitored. The results of AI must be adopted to principles recognized by humans. So artificial intelligence must be regulated in such a way that Woodrow Barfield's prediction that AI will be beyond human control by the middle of the 21st century does not come true. Thank you for your attention. I'm closing the panel. Thank you for really great papers and questions and very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Now we have the break till 7. And at 7, we'll invite you for the gala dinner.
Of course, we regret our friends from the United States are not able to participate, but I would like to say that we have some kind of representative, because one of the judges from Texas just came to Poland, and he will be conducting lectures for our students, so we have some representative. But really, it's a pity. It was an honor to listen to you, and I hope in the future we'll have a chance to meet offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.